Alrighty, so I have to laugh about this weekend. I am not in any way, shape, or form excusing the behavior of ICE in some locations. I'm not saying the way ICE is behaving is okay. I'm also not excusing the actions of people that act like total clowns when engaging with ICE, because I'm not going to defend clowns. But people have said that ICE are evil, all ICE are bad, ICE are just grabbing people, ICE are, the ICE is what's wrong with our country. Well, I agree, ICE is what's wrong with our country. I hate the cold. But over the weekend, and I've made no secret of this over the years. My wife's Mexican. On Saturday, my wife looked very, very Mexican. She looked like, there are some days my wife, the way her hair is, she looks more Mexican than others. My wife went to the mall, the Galleria in St. Louis, walked in, there were ICE agents there. Eye contact, kept walking. Why? They weren't there for my wife. My wife knew that they weren't there for her. She didn't start yelling at them. She didn't start protesting. She didn't start honking her horn. She didn't do any of that shit. She just walked past them. Like, it's amazing to me that people are going on and on and on about how what ICE is doing is wrong. And of course, it appears as what ICE, and yes, the way ICE is doing some of their work is absolutely, it is absolutely wrong. Shooting people in the face with non-lethals, macing people in the face because they happen to be too close. Okay. I can definitely get down on the idea that some of their tactics are heavy-handed. Absolutely. But we're in a situation where ICE is having to operate door to door because local law enforcement are being directed by their mayors and by their governors to not assist the federal government doing the federal government's job. So honestly, how are we supposed to have a functional country? Now, another huge part of that is we have a very dysfunctional country because we have a very dysfunctional president. Donald Trump is literally the walking embodiment of a bully. I saw this morning there are a number of cases where Trump has stated what I'm doing in Greenland has not been connected. Trump links Greenland dispute is not getting Nobel Peace Prize. I can't view it on this one. Donald Trump literally said, if you're not going to give me the Peace Prize, then I no longer have to think, I no longer have to think about peace. Well, don't think it's Greenland or Denmark that's handing out peace prizes. See, as I've said clearly on my show for years and years and years, before this ever happened, I don't jump on every major topic that's happening, right? Because my area of expertise is not fluid like a lot of social media creators. I don't have this ever growing and ever expanding subject matter expertise bubble. My subject matter expertise bubble is a bubble. So like these 4 topics are inside of my subject matter expertise bubble. This one's a little bit outside of it, but it touches it. And then these topics, I don't jump on and start pontificating on like I'm an expert, because I don't know. I do not know about these things. But when it comes to talking about the strategic importance of Greenland, Greenland doesn't have a strategic importance anywhere near where the Make America Great Again people are screaming and parroting what Trump has said, that we need Greenland for national security. We don't need Greenland for national security. The argument could be made that we need Greenland to make sure that Russia and China don't put missiles in Greenland. Greenland's our fucking ally. If Greenland were to allow Russia and China to put missiles there, it would be a very not neighborly thing to allow people to put missiles there. And if those countries, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, tried to put missiles in Greenland without Greenland's approval, Greenland would be the first people that looked at Canada and the United States and says, hey, can you guys help? And we'd be there. Somebody said, please, or pray for this country. Why would I pray for this country? And I mean this honestly. Over the Christmas holiday, I once again saw the ever famous response that people say, and they say, we need to put Christ back in Christmas. And my response this Christmas season was very simply, before worrying about putting the Christ back in Christmas, we need to worry about putting the Christ back in Christian. We have a religious war kicking off in this social media sphere, and I don't think it's followers of Islam doing this. I have been speaking to a number of followers of Islam that I know. Now, I'm never going to convert to Islam, number one. I think my standing in Christianity at the very minimum is solidified, inked in contract. But I find no harm in having people I can talk to of other religions. We're going to get to the board of peace. Oh, we're going to get there. But people are saying all these accounts online are talking about they're talking about Jesus was a Muslim. Look, I don't think Muslims are saying that because Muslims know the history of the formation of their religion. I think the people that are spinning up this Muslim propaganda are anti-Islamic, Islamophobic individuals who want to stir up hate and resentment. Because it's funny, because whenever you really dig into their bullshit, they never respond to you. They'll respond to everybody else, but they won't respond to, the solid parts. It's just like there was this post, and this person I know is real. I've tracked down enough of this individual, but this just absolutely fucking kills me. This woman posts, oops, that's not what that woman posted. Now, when they first posted this, ICE agents with SS tattoos. Any questions? Well, yeah, my first question is, I was looking at this tattoo, and I was like, I can't see that tattoo well enough to know if that's an SS tattoo or not. And then Dr. Allison Wiltz, who's a raging fucking racist on Twitter, said, this is why it's important to call them Nazis too. And I didn't know she was talking about the Velknut. The Velknut is the Viking, Norse, Scandinavian version of that. It's the three phases of life. It's not a fucking racist symbol. These first of all, so that we're clear, this, I can attest to. Yeah, but here's the thing. Just because it's used, and that's what I said below. Holy fuck, you're referring to the Valknut. Fuck, you are ignorant. Fuck. Just because racists have it inked on them does not mean the symbol is a racist symbol. These are not inherently racist fucking symbols. I mean, that's like saying that I can't have a cross tattooed on my arm because at one point in American history, people burned crosses. That doesn't make the cross a racist symbol. But that's the problem we have. It's so strategic. Greenland is so strategically important. The United States has consistently drawn down the number of troops stationed there. Yeah, we used to have thousands of troops stationed in Greenland, and we draw them down because Greenland is of no strategic value. Just like people wonder why. In Germany, well, why did the United States build so many military bases in Germany right after World War II? Well, why the fuck do you think? Well, it was to stop the Russians. No. It was to make sure we didn't have this country kick off again. We put a permanent military presence there because at the time, the long pole in the tent we're an ocean away. All of Europe was rebuilding, so we just put some military personnel all throughout Europe. Well, what about... I would say right off the bat, I can't answer your question because I have no idea. That's not... Oh, that's... I know what you're talking about. No, that's... Yeah, it's the Iberian... You're talking about this. And no, this is absolutely not racist. But now, this is a little bit different of a ball of wax. I think you need to be careful if you were to try to wear this in America, because the symbol itself has more exposure in America as the Ku Klux Klan than it is for Christianity. This is where you've reached a tipping point of a regional use. I saw somebody else mention the swastika, and the swastika was originally not a symbol of hate. But I think when 30 million some odd people die under that symbol being used, yes, it started off as not a symbol of hate, but it became that, and its stronger message is that. But we gotta stop with all the fucking sensational bullshit and trying to make people riled up and mad for the sake of making them mad. That's why life is so fucking terrible. People are just mad about shit that they have no reason to be mad about. Here we go, finally got this up. Trump says he's pursuing Greenland after perceived Nobel Peace Prize snub. President Trump says his controversial push for U.S. control of Greenland comes after he failed to win the Peace Prize, adding he no longer feels obliged to think only of peace. Yeah, that's why I wrote, since yes, things are in different countries can be normal, but there's a little Italy doing a march with this in America, there could be some misunderstandings. Right. But again, you would get a lot of misunderstandings in America. Apparently, when you're anybody but rioters and you try to gather in America, there's always a little bit of a misunderstanding. But that's because people, I hear more and more people say they have the right to protest. And I say to them, you believe you have the right to protest in America? And they say, yes. I say, where is it? And they say the First Amendment. So I read them the First Amendment and I said, where was the word protest? And they get lost and confused because they don't, it's like all the it's like all the sovereign citizens of the Moorish. They've listened to a lot of bullshit. They've listened to an awful lot of propaganda. They've listened to an awful lot of rhetoric. But then when you get to the real meat of it, they don't know the next 10 words, which are the most important words. It does tend to be a specific group of people that get the Valknut or similar tattoos, though, especially in Sweden. It's not fair to those that are not part of those groups, but it is what it is. I agree with you. Right. So the First Amendment is here, right? The word protest isn't here. So when people say, I have the right to protest, you don't. You don't have the right to protest. Congress shall make no, wait. I don't know what you're talking about that they did in 6% up vote. The last time Greenland voted on something, they voted to separate from Denmark, but you're gonna have to show me a policy. You're gonna have to show me a vote where Greenland voted to have the US control them, because I haven't seen that vote. There is assembly and petition, which have some interpretation. No, let me help you out. They don't have interpretation. And this is where people have to understand interpretation is where we got in trouble with the first Supreme Court. So Congress shall make no law, and then this becomes a block. It would have been better if they had spelled this out in bullet form, but you have to understand writing of the time. Writing of the time is very important because punctuation at the time is very important. Congress shall make no law, 1, respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That is all together. That comma shows the continuation of thought process, because what they were really doing is Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. Congress shall make no law, we don't need this or, because we're breaking it into all of its clauses, abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. So, Congress shall make no law, abridging the freedom of speech. Congress shall make no law, abridging the press. Then the last part. Congress shall make no law, the right of the people, peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This assembly is supposed to be for the redress of grievances. Protests should never occur because protests are not constitutionally protected. Peaceably assembling is protected. Peaceably assembling is protected. But do you know what peaceably means from 1776 era? It means in fulfillment of the law. That is why police officers were called peace officers, and they were called keepers of the peace. They don't mean keepers of the not war. They mean keepers of the law. That peace officers are keepers of the law. If you want to gather and rally, you can. But there is, if gather and rally and protest were synonyms, we wouldn't need a word called gather and a word called rally and a word called protest. Nobody says you can't gather and rally. Charlie Kirk did it all the time. He was killed for it. Nobody is saying that if you want to have a gathering, you don't go down to your local city hall and get permission. But when people decide to actively protest, like when the woman was shot in Minnesota and that other camera person walked into the crime scene filming, screaming, that's not a protected activity. Well, she's operating as a member of the press. Sure. But she just walked into a crime scene. So, well, the police were walking in the street. The police were walking in the street in execution of their lawful duties. Now, guy shot into the car. It's against Department of Justice policy on the use of force against vehicles. But two wrongs don't make a right. Because there's no mention in the Constitution for the phrase monopoly of violence. Does that mean the government shouldn't have that ability? But there is I'm confused. The use of force is authorized in the Constitution. Because in your First Amendments, you get a whole lot of limitations on their force. So where do you get the idea of monopoly of violence isn't mentioned in the Constitution when the chief executive is charged with the enforcement of the laws that the legislature passes? So where are you coming up with? Because I don't think when a police officer... See, you're trying to play this cute game, and don't do that. Because you're trying to say they have mentioned their scope, but literally the words monopoly of violence is not mentioned. But they don't use the phrase monopoly of violence. You are, because what you're doing is you're quoting in something and you're saying monopoly of violence. What does that mean? You see, the word protest had meaning back in the 1700s. I'm trying to be cute when you say no right to protest, because you don't have a right to protest. If you want to talk about I have a right to, you have to be able to tie, and this is where we speak very poorly in the year 2026. You have the right to this and a right to that, and you have to be able to list, where am I drawing that right from? For example, people believe, they say, well, you have a right to housing. And you ask them, okay, you're right. You can make a loose tie-in to say, yes, you have a right to peaceably assemble and redress your request from your government or redress of grievances. That means when you want to protest or gather or rally, my belief, no, some would call that a protest only if they're illiterate and they're ignorant and they don't understand that there is a difference between gathering and protesting. You say who's being cute, trying to redefine what has been understood for many years. I want to see you explain away the Posse Comitatus Act like you trying to explain away the Constitution. That's great. I can explain away the Posse Comitatus Act. You want me to? Because I can do that. Ready? The Posse Comitatus Act is a U.S. state's federal law, 18 U.S.C. 1385. You see, the fact of the matter is we are a country of laws, and the Constitution is not the only law governing this country. You are correct. We are a country of laws, but our rights are enumerated in the Constitution. Our rights are enforced by Supreme Court ruling. Show me where you have the right to protest. Show me where you have the right to riot. Show me where you have the right to break the law, because I've never said you don't have the right to assemble peaceably. But when you walk down the street blocking traffic without a march permit, you are violating the law. Right, protest is not the same as a riot. When you protest and you decide, people say I'm peaceably protesting, I'm not. I don't know why you think I am. I keep using them separately. When you're protesting, you're walking down the street and you don't have a march permit. Every single person marching down the street is breaking the law. That's a protest. It's a peaceful protest. It's a non-violent protest. That's a protest. It's still illegal. If you had gone to the city and you had asked for a march permit and you paid for the police, because you have to pay to have the police presence there, or you have to pay your own security to block traffic, because people do that, you get permission to march down Main Street. What's the key word there? Permission. peaceably because you've engaged with the government to say, I want to walk down Main Street. So what's the difference? So I can't stand on a public sidewalk with a sign and protest. You're not protesting. What are you protesting? See, that's not a protest. That's your freedom of speech. You have the right to stand on a soapbox on the public sidewalk and speak. Now, if they come along and they say to you, and I'll use this as a great example, they come along to you and you're standing on the actual corner. You're right here on the corner. And here's where the crosswalk from that street comes in, and that's where the crosswalk from that street comes in. I'm not being cute. These are a matter of specifics. These aren't semantics. This is where your scenario, I'm addressing your created scenario. So you decide to put your box right there in protest. And a peace officer comes along and he says to you, you have every right to do this, but you have to either do it right here or you have to do it right here. Because I need you lawfully to move because you're blocking the crosswalks. At that point, you can move to position A, you can move to position B. And if you do that, now you're still exercising your freedom of speech because you've done so lawfully. I need you to move 5 feet that way or 5 feet that way to get out of the crosswalk. If you do that, then yes, you are lawfully. Cops like this is why, no, Han, you're a fucking dumbass. Cops like this, if the cop walks up to you peacefully and he says, hey, look, I need you to move 5 feet that way or 5 feet that way. You're on public property. And you say, well, why can't I stand here? Because you're blocking the crosswalk and you're impeding the safety of others. Remember, your rights and your freedoms stop at the edge of everybody else's rights and freedoms. So you're like, I want a right to protest. And you can. You absolutely can. Peacefully. Peacefully. In your mind, you want to protest. Do it peacefully, which is then not a protest. It's an assembly. You say, I don't have to follow this law. I have the right to park my box right here. Now you're protesting. You are arguing. You are going against the flow of the rule of law. You're doing it peacefully so far. And you say this is the reason why cops pay out lots of money in lawsuits. No, they wouldn't, because this person's right, who's in a wheelchair, they have a right to get off the crosswalk onto the sidewalk without impediment. So your right to protest and their right to free travel as afforded to them by the ADA because they're in a wheelchair and they only have one route they can take. That's why the officer says to you, hey man, totally understand you want to be here, exercise your First Amendment rights. You want to peacefully assemble. You want to speak. Oh yeah, people think it's okay to set cities on fire. That's the next evolution of this. So the cop comes up to you and says, hey man, appreciate what you're doing. I need you to move 5 feet this way or 5 feet this way. Absolutely allowed to do what you're doing. Just remember, local law says you got to keep your megaphone under 80 decibels. And then you have a choice at this point. You can recognize the cop is correct and you can move. And if you do, that cop may hang out for a few minutes. But then here's where we're going to run into the problem, where the thing you don't see right away, because the First Amendment auditors put out curated clips of their engagements. So this cop number one came along and said, I need you to move 5 feet left or 5 feet right. Have you ever walked in a large city in the US or any country for that matter? Millions of people get it done on a daily basis. Yes, I have. And you know what else I've seen? I've seen police officers tell those peaceably assembling to move left or move right. I've seen people move left and move right without a problem. I've been one of them. I've also seen people decide they're going to dig their heels in on this line. Yes, I'm retired. People have dug in on this line and then they go to jail. And you know what they find out when they get to the courthouse? That the judge says, why didn't you just move? Well, I have the right to do this. And they say, where in the Constitution does it say you have the right to violate local law in fulfillment of your First Amendment rights? Guess what, man? Every single day, there's a bunch of sovereign citizens or Moorish who get arrested because they think they don't need to present their driver's license. Now, I'm going to cut California. Wait, you are distorting the facts of what's happening in this country. This scenario doesn't do justice. Hold on, stop. Avon, I haven't distorted the facts of what's happening in this country because I haven't talked about a specific situation yet. So I haven't distorted anything. If you give me a situation, I'll do that. Now, often law enforcement, I don't, okay, let me help you out, Avon. I run the show, you don't. So if you don't want me to address the first sentence, then don't write the first sentence. Often law enforcement is doing this to deny freedom of the press. They will tell the press they need to move somewhere that they can't film what event is happening. Your explanation assumes law enforcement and government is acting in good faith. You are correct. I will 100% acknowledge, and I have on this show many, many times, America poorly trains its police officers. Absolutely. Every single police officer, every single Monday or every single first day of their shift for like 2 years at stand-up, they should say, and remember, officers, stop getting into verbal arguments with First Amendment auditors. Number one, you cannot trespass the eyes. Number two, you cannot request ID simply to trespass somebody. Period, dot. And in that case, then you would be correct. I'm not talking about a specific situation. I'm talking about the way it should be. This reminds me of a 6-year-old saying, I'm going to walk and swing my arms, and if you get in my way, it's not my fault I hit you. Yes, Han, that is exactly how you're behaving, and that is exactly how a lot of the people, the First Amendment auditors, do things. And it's really funny when it's routine to see a police officer fuck up, because they all do. But what's even funnier is when you see a First Amendment auditor who is so 100% sure they're right that they've literally filmed their encounter, put the encounter online, the prosecutor pulls down the encounter, uses it as evidence, and the auditor gets fined or goes to jail. Yes, that because what they believe is I'm 100% right and everybody else is wrong. When an auditor, and this is where we need a lot of education in this country. When an auditor is standing on the sidewalk, and this is a bank, and an auditor is here and he's filming the bank, there is 0% illegal of what he is doing. He doesn't have to justify to anybody what he's doing. Now, when a police officer walks up to him, 99 times out of 100, they get the encounter wrong. Hi, my name's Officer Jalan. Good morning. Good morning. I see you're out taking some photography. Yep. Okay. I'm going to ask if you'd like to identify yourself. I don't want to identify myself. Okay. Gonna stand here. Why? Because a lot of the times, the local town, and I'm not saying it's right, but the local town has a loitering ordinance. All right, man, I just want to let you know that according to the town regulation, we have a loitering ordinance. You've been loitering here for 15 minutes. I'm going to have to ask you to move on. Well, that's illegal. Okay, and now here's where we get to the impasse, right? This cop doesn't have to believe that the city ordinance is legal. What the cop has to do is enforce federal, state, local. Federal is very, very, very rare instances where local law enforcement abides by federal law enforcement, but there's some weird ass situations where they do. Like when local police respond to an airport inside of the past security. That's that little, where are we in the spectrum? But even if the cop doesn't believe the local ordinance, he gets told to move the guy along. At that point in time, this person has a choice to make. They can leave and they can report on what happened, or they can engage in civil disobedience and they can take the arrest. And there is one creator, he's down in Texas, he takes the arrest. And he's talked about being in jail for 3 days because he gets arrested on a Friday and it's after 4:30. So he doesn't get arraigned until Monday at 8:30 a.m. The last time I checked, he had 2 lawsuits and he won both of them. The problem here is you want this and you want this, and I want you to have those things. But you have to do it this way. You have to do it lawfully. A lot of this shit that cops ask auditors is dumb shit. Do you have press credentials? Well, what are press credentials? Because I have press credentials. Press credentials are literally a memo that I spun up from myself to myself. How are you defining the term rights? I'm defining the term rights by everything specifically enumerated in the Constitution or by virtue of Supreme Court rulings on the constitutionality of laws passed by federal, state lawmakers. How are you defining rights? Because I think if people are defining rights as any way other than the way rights are defined, that's why they get confused. I have the right to medical treatment. Really? According to who? According to where? According to state law? Oh, okay. Then you have that right. Codified by law. All individuals in a trauma situation may be taken to any ER in any state, and hospitals, by right, by law, cannot refuse life-saving, limb-saving, or eyesight-saving treatment to any person, regardless of insurance status. There's a tiny light blue dot on your camera window. Yeah, it's my headphones. What I find disheartening is the press and the public is frequently not acting in good faith, and there's no call out unless the public pays to prosecute. The police will violate your rights and arrest you if they want to, and nothing you can do about it until court day. Yes. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Unfortunately, at the side of the road is not the time to argue legality of the stop. And that's where and now I will be the first to say there is a spectrum. There is a line that we all can agree somewhere right about here this becomes, resisting. Cops are so amped up that the line that gets charged with resisting is down here, where it really needs to move back to about there. But unfortunately, people want to stand on the side of the road and they want to argue. And I will agree. When you have a corrupt local government, so you can't make. We have an officer in this town. He's finally gotten fired. 2 of them got fired. The officer had like 31 complaints against him. See, that's the problem. Rights are typically defined as something one is justified, entitled to, a moral or legal claim for power, property. Rights exist regardless of enshrinement. Enshrinement of rights is simply symbolic. No, actually, let me stop you there. I've never heard your definition of that in all of my education. I have always heard that rights are codified by law. What you've just said is this human rights argument that the UN has a charter for human rights that none of the UN nation states adhere to. You can't show me one UN member state that guarantees codified by law every one of the human rights. Pull up the Webster's definition of rights on stream. Okay, and? Legal right. A claim recognized and delimited by law for the purpose of securing it. The interest in a claim which is recognized by or protected by sanctions of law imposed by a state. Remember, the United States government is a state, which enables one person to possess property, to engage in some transaction of course or conduct, or to compel some other person to so engage or refrain from in some course of conduct under certain circumstances, and for the infringement of which claim the state provides a remedy in its course of justice. You don't have rights that you cannot protect with force. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Right? Qualities such as adherence to duty or obedience to lawful authority that together constitutes the ideal of moral propriety or merit moral approval. That's interesting. Behavior that is morally good or correct. Something to which one has a just claim, such as the power or privilege to which one is justly entitled. Voting rights. His right to decide. The power or privilege to which one is justly entitled. Why are you justly entitled to due process? 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th Amendment, codified by law. The property interest possessed under law or custom, an agreement, and a tangible thing, especially of literary and artistic nature. So you asked me to go to Webster's dictionary, and guess what I don't find? You asked me to look up right. Definition 2. Qualities such as adherence to duty or obedience to lawful authority that together constitutes the ideal of a moral propriety or merit moral approval. So what exactly are you confused about? When you say I have the right to something, what gave you that right? You have a legal claim for power. Okay? A legal claim for privilege. What gives you that? I just mentioned this. The United Nations. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a milestone document in the history of human rights. This thing literally goes down, what is it, 30? I thought there were 34. I guess there's not. There's 30. These are, according to the UN, these are all your rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration, without distinction of any kind. Everyone has the right to liberty, life, and security of person. We have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Every right has to be protected by force. Remember, this is the piece that people forget. When you call the police because a crime has been committed, you're not against violence. You're just outsourcing your violence to a third party. What people struggle to grasp with this is that the moment you have this friction point right here, this is where you need the executive branch and the judicial branch. You need the police to enforce your rights. You need the judicial branch to make a ruling on what happened here. Rights are backed by force and violence. Exactly. In the state of nature, you defend your own rights, because in the state of nature, might makes right. The social contract is that you agree to forfeit your right to use might and violence in the exchange for safety, tranquility, and security, with the understanding that all the other members of the contract will likewise sacrifice their ability to use might and violence to take care of their needs. The moment that breaks down, you have the situation we're in. When people stop trusting law enforcement, then we have this problem. I think you have this backwards. The enshrinement of rights in law generally gives rights to entitlement. Correct. When your rights are codified and enumerated, as in, ironically, a Bill of Rights, enumerated rights, then those are your rights. Do I have the right to food? No, you technically don't. Because it comes from an era where you wouldn't let your neighbor starve, but you might let the stranger who walks into town starve. Depends on your town. If I'm starving, I don't have the right to go into the grocery store and say, you're required by law to feed me. You're an institution of food and I require food. Maybe life would be better that way. Maybe life would be great if we could get to communism and everybody did their thing. Maybe it would. I don't think it would, but maybe it would. I'm willing to try. But when we have people that want to pick apart the Constitution and say, I have this right, even though nowhere in the document does it say you have this right. Like when people want to say to me, what you're doing right now is you're misrepresenting what's happening. I didn't ever say my scenario was what's happening. I was detailing out a problem of what people don't understand. They think their right to assemble is absolute. It's not. People have had protests that have lasted all of 5 minutes because police officers walk up and they say, hey, I see you setting up sound equipment. We have absolutely no problem if you gather in the park, but city ordinance requires that you have a permit for the sound equipment. We need to see the permit. Well, I'm not going to show it to you. Well, then the moment you start talking into that sound application device, I've got to arrest you because I've now notified you of an ordinance that you are going to be in violation of. And people are like, that's infringing on my rights. No, it's not. Because they're not saying you can't do it. They're saying you have to have a permit to do it. They're telling you that you have to go and get the permit so you know what the regulations are. Unfortunately, you've chosen a park that's within 500 feet of residential houses. In the residential area, you got to keep the decibel level down to 60. This is what I was looking for. It becomes part of social fabric. What America has understood its constitution and laws to be. We have understood it to be something, and now people are trying to take it away. Hold on a second. Who is taking... I'm tired of this argument. Since it's your argument, tell me. Who is having any of their enshrinement taken away? People keep saying this to me like my enumerated rights are being taken away, and my rights haven't changed from today. The last time my rights changed was when I was 35 because I became eligible for president. The time before that was 30 when I was eligible to be in the Senate. And the time before that was when I was 25 when I was authorized to run for the House. And then before that, it was 21 when my state gave me the right to drink. And before that, it was 18 when my state gave me the right to smoke. And then before that, it was 16 when my state gave me the privilege of driving. I should have said privilege to drink, but I don't know where we throw that one. But, and then before 16, my rights hadn't changed. My rights hadn't changed since birth. I don't think I gained any more rights or privileges from birth until 16. Historically, when law enforcement is longer a trusted group like the original Black Panthers get created. Right idea, wrong example. I don't understand how a right that allows you to do something is backed by force and violence. Real simple. The way it's supposed to work is I have the right to stand on the sidewalk, assuming my town has no contradictory ordinances. I have the right to stand on the sidewalk and record. And if you walk up to me and you infringe upon my right to record, then I can call the police, give them your description, and say, this person, I'm on a sidewalk, I'm operating as a member of the free press. This individual is interfering with my constitutionally protected right to be a member of the free press. So the police show up, and you start screaming at them that I videotaped you without your permission, and you had an expectation of privacy, and I don't have the right to take a picture of your license plate and all those things. And if the police officer was trained, the police officer wouldn't even come and talk to me. The police officer would stand there and diffuse and say, excuse me, they absolutely have the right to stand in public and record anything they can see. You do not have a right to privacy or an expectation of privacy in public. Your license plates don't belong to you. They're issued to you. They're lent to you. They belong to the state, because the state can contact you at any time and say, we need your license plates back. We're reissuing you a new number, free of charge. Those are the things people don't understand. So people lose their mind at First Amendment auditors because they'll be like, you can't videotape our weed shop because HIPAA. HIPAA doesn't apply to them. HIPAA never applies to anybody but the organization that's taking your information. If you don't have force to back up your rights, somebody will take them away. The force might not be violence. It could also be judicial, but you need some sort of force to enforce it. Right. The problem with the American government system is this. The American government system is the end of the movie The Crow. Donald Trump is the Crow. And all the bad guys are all the courts and all the states and all the governors and all the mayors and all the rest of the world and all the everybody. And Donald Trump walks in, jumps on the table, says something, and then he says, well, I see you've made your decision. Now let's see you enforce it. How are you going to enforce it? Right now, you literally don't have the votes needed to impeach Donald Trump. So what exactly are you going to do? How exactly are you going to enforce changes? This the one? This might be the one.
I'm just going to throw this out there. ICE does not have a...
Nope, that's not it. I have one about sanction me with your army. See, the problem is people that have spent 5 minutes studying the Constitution want to argue with people who have spent 30 years studying the Constitution. The Constitution was written at a time where I heard some content creator recently say that the Constitution was written by a bunch of illiterate white men. The Constitution was absolutely the product of all of our founding fathers going and getting into a bunch of shenanigans and a handful of people working really hard to write the document. But these same so-called illiterate white men went on to be, yeah, they were drunks, they weren't illiterate. But they did the thing that needs to happen. Have you ever been in a tiger team or a working group with 15 subject matter experts? You can't get shit done because you need one chef and 14 helpers. If everybody is a subject matter expert, and remember, these were all the ruling elite of all the colonies. If you have 15 subject matter experts all trying to decide on stuff, you're never going to get anywhere. So what do? They left it to, they debated all day on what people wrote at the beginning. America has interpreted its own laws and constitution long before you existed. Saying that people understood it incorrectly is an absurd claim. It has longer been understood to be something and accepted than not. Your viewpoint is a revisionist interpretation. Actually, no, it's not. My viewpoint isn't a revisionist interpretation, and I don't know how in the motherfuck you even remotely get there, because I'm probably one of the few people that you will ever run into who's actually read the Federalist Papers. And I have bumped draft versions of the Constitution against the Federalist Papers and what they intended. See, one of the problems is, let's talk about the Second Amendment. Let's talk about the second. People talk about there's no such thing as natural rights. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Pretty self-explanatory, but then you have to understand that there used to be militia rules, and you had to muster. And not only did we have militia rules, and you had to muster, when you mustered, you were given a sheet that told you what you needed to have. You were told exactly what armament you needed to have, how much shot, right? How much, what specific items you needed to have. You needed a canteen. Here's the piece that people disconnect from. The Constitution was being written at a time that they didn't want to put in the militia requirements into the Constitution because they knew that they were going to have a hard enough time selling the Constitution and getting it approved. The Second Militia Act of 1792 provided for organization of state militias and conscription of every free, able-bodied white male citizen between 18 and 45. Militia members were required to equip themselves with a musket, bayonet, belt, 2 spare flints, box able to contain not less than 24 suitable cartridges, and a knapsack. Alternatively, everyone enrolled was to provide himself with a rifle, a powder horn, quarter pound of gunpowder, 20 rifle balls, a shot pouch, and a knapsack. Exceptions applied: members of Congress, stagecoach drivers, and ferry boatmen. So, what's the revisionist history here? That the Second Amendment always intended for it to be a well-organized militia because they then passed a subsequent law after they decided what the militia's armament should be. It's not a revisionist version of history. It's actually understanding what the intent was. You have to understand the intent was that to peaceably to assemble for a redress of grievances. In the colonial era, the redcoats were arresting people randomly who were loyal British citizens. You just had 4 guys meeting at night because guess what? It was not uncommon for people to get up at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night, stroll around a little bit, pop over to the neighbors for a cuppa, and then go back to bed. They didn't sleep all the way through. You had people being arrested just because they were living their lives. That's why it says peaceably to assemble. Hey, are you guys in here conspiring treason? Or are you in here? Well, yeah, we want to have a conversation with the governor about this tax on tea. We just want to know where the money's going. Oh, you guys are good. No. Fucking arrested them, took them to the stocks. How dare you question the governor? That's what the First Amendment's about. Yeah, people got up in the middle of the night all the time. They didn't sleep the night through. I think everyone resident was considered part of the militia and able to be called up to defend the state. Yes. Basically, what the Second Amendment says is that you are automatically part of the militia if you own a gun, and if you are part of the militia, you have to adhere to its rules. Yes, and the Second Amendment was never intended to be an individual's right. That's why it doesn't say. That's why it's worded the way it's worded. The Second Amendment is worded so that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. If the intention wasn't for it to be what they knew they were going to pass as the Militia Act, then this is what the amendment would have said. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And in fact, some of them wanted to write it that way. But what is the problem writing it that way? If you tell people they can keep and maintain arms, then they're one step closer to using those arms to overthrow the government, because inevitably somebody's not going to be happy. And they're going to say, well, Washington and his forces just overthrew England because they weren't happy. We're not happy. Let's overthrow them. They also didn't want the federal government to get too powerful. Remember, keep in mind, this country we keep saying America's 250 years old this year. Yeah, we're 250 years old this year. But we're on our second government. Don't forget, we had that whole Articles of Confederation silliness for, a bunch of years. Country was founded, and then when was the Constitution signed? Oh yeah, it wasn't at the beginning. We operated on a failed government system because we needed more federal power. You can't run a federal government when the federal government has to hold its hands out to say, Mother, may I have permission to lead you? This isn't Optimus Prime getting off the Ark and beating the shit out of Grimlock and saying, let me lead you. That's why in the Constitution, the federal government is supposed to deal with foreign affairs and interstate issues, and the states are supposed to take care of the rest of their issues. Very simply put, that's why the House of Representatives is directly elected by the people, and senators used to be elected by the state legislatures. Why the president is elected by the Electoral College. Because we didn't want all the power in the hands of the people. We could have put all the power in the hands of the people at the very beginning. We didn't do that because we knew the problem is with people. Look at our government right now. Donald Trump gets into office and by executive order overwrites a bunch of stuff Obama did. Biden gets into office and by executive order overwrites a bunch of stuff Trump did. Trump gets into office and by executive order overwrites a bunch of stuff that Biden did. And then Trump loses his fucking mind and by executive order is walking us to the brink of like 6 wars. War with NATO, war with Venezuela, war with Colombia, war with Cuba, war with Canada. Natural rights are considered inherent to human beings existing independently of government or legal systems. These include right, liberty, and property. You're right, John Locke. They don't exist. Your natural rights do not exist. Your natural rights are natural suggestions. Because remember, John Locke changed life, liberty, and property to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They literally had the opportunity to say you have the right to own property, and they didn't give you that right. The framers of the Constitution very specifically changed Locke, Hobbes, and Rousseau, and they said, no, you don't have the right to property. You have the right to the pursuit of happiness. And that right there is a huge life, liberty, and property is something in the wildlife you got to fight for, right? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, except the slaves that we had, the indentured servants that we have, and the Native Americans that we enslave. They are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Good job, guys. Good job. You literally say we have certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you are writing a document that you never then say what the other ones are, leaving us 250 years later to have people that have spent all of 15 minutes ever reading the Constitution and don't understand how important Hamilton was, and they never would have if there wasn't a Disney production of Hamilton, and then they've never read the base information. Like, I'm telling you, I keep this here because this is got all the problems in it. John Locke talked about so many of these problems. The problem with legislative power, political society, and government. I saw Come On Bunny say, we let the federal government get too powerful. We did let the So the right to live, see, breathe, talk, and so on aren't natural rights? Didn't say they're not natural rights. You have the right to life. It's in the Declaration of Independence. No person can be deprived of life or liberty without due process. Breathe, see. They're natural rights. But you can't go see a classified area of a military base. You don't have the right to go onto a military base. So if you have the free, like all these Moorish and sovereign citizens turn around and they make this argument that they have the right to travel. So right to travel your ass onto a military base and see what happens. In fact, I wouldn't advise this, but if you really think you have the right to do it, don't even stop at the checkpoint. Just drive on past, because they're just law enforcement, right? They can't stop you because you have that right. I wouldn't advise that because their use of force is going to be ridiculous, bordering on overkill, because dead people take less paperwork than live people. 1079 is a lot easier than roll me a bus. Just saying. All those rights mean fuck all in the end. Wildlife don't care about how you feel about natural rights. If a bear wants to maul you, it's gonna maul you. Yeah, right? If a bear, like, if you have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and these are natural rights, then why does a bear take away your natural rights? But no, back to, I don't mind if people want to come in and they want to try to distort the Constitution or make their point, but you gotta know your point. Like, person's like, defend posse comitatus. Okay, and what? Defend it how? That the president can't use active duty military personnel to do law enforcement? Yeah, because that's what the law says. Not only that's what the law says, Congress passed the law and the executive branch approved the law. Donald Trump will attempt to use the Insurrection Act today is what people are saying. Donald Trump put, you can travel, just don't use any public roads or land and buy access to private land, but I don't know, well, what that would do. No, you have the right to travel on public land. You have the right to travel on public land, but what people keep saying is I have the right to drive without a driver's license. No, you don't. Because, again, earlier today in the show, I said there's a difference between the word assemble and rally and protest. And people are like, well, you're just using words how you want. No, I'm using words in the 1700 context. Because you need to understand peaceably. Peaceably, in retrospect, peaceably means legally. When you peaceably assemble, it means do so in accordance with all laws, rules, and regulations. It's not an infringement of your right for them to say you need a permit to protest. Protest. If you gather in the park and the town has an ordinance that says for gatherings of over 20 people, you need to have a permit, what they really want is they're looking for liability on if there's damage. Well, they can't do that. I have the right. You're right. You do have the right. You have the right to peaceably assemble in accordance with all the rules, laws, regulations of the state, federal, state, county, and local government. Now, local governments generally pass ordinances, not laws. Because the state can pass laws, but most states give municipalities the authority to pass ordinances which are to be considered binding for the jurisdiction of that area. Now, when they write bad ones, for example, there's a beach in North Carolina or South Carolina that says a woman cannot wear a thong bikini. And a woman went to this beach, wore a thong bikini, and she went there with the expressed intention of getting arrested. And she did. And she knew she was going to be arrested. She got arrested intentionally to go to court intentionally and say, this law is a violation of my federal rights. You can only require me to be clothed. You cannot write rules that tell me how clothed I can be. And the municipality was like, well, it's a family beach. It's a this, that, the other. And the courts ruled, you can't be more restrictive on a public beach. If it was a private beach, if you leased it, you outsourced it, if there was an admission fee, now it's different. And there's nothing that says a beach can't make part of it designated, but then you have to specifically designate the other side for whatever you say can't happen here, then you have to codify that can happen here. If you don't want them trampling on your rights and dignity when you accumulate more force and violence than them and exercise the force and violence when they try to, well, yeah. Driving is a privilege. Yes, driving is a privilege. And people need to understand. Driving is a privilege. There is no let you when you have more violence and force than them. They either allow you to do it or risk their life by trying to stop you. Yes. That is the definition of the word force. That is what violence is. Violence is the question you have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Guy breaks into my house. I'm on my first floor. My family's upstairs. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Driving into police is a death sentence? No, that guy's gonna go to jail. That federal officer is gonna go to jail because he violated Department of Justice policy on the use of force, section 1, I think it's line 2, section 1. Department of Justice memorandum. No, absolutely, he will go to jail. He will, because he violated federal law. He absolutely, I'll show you, because it's not even an interpretation. When you ride a bike, you're riding a bike. Doesn't stop it from being undead, but ready? Section 1, deadly force. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged in a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Nope. Surgeon General, you lost this one. Because no, it's not boom. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. That means if he has the ability to step to the side, promise he will not go to jail for longer than 7 days. Oh, see, now you just changed it. You said clip it and we'll talk. He's going to go to jail. He probably won't go to jail for the next 10 years as we cut through state and federal. Trump will pardon him and then the officer will move to a state that he isn't charged in. What do you think? Trump can't pardon him. You cannot be pardoned preemptively. You have to wait until you're charged. The statute of limitation on murder is, well, you're right. He can't pardon state crimes. He can pardon federal crimes, but he has to be tried federally, or it's going to take 5 or 6 years for them to cut through all of the federal immunity. Yeah, but Trump can't pardon him preemptively. Biden's preemptive pardons have been ruled unconstitutional. You cannot pardon somebody until they've been tried and convicted. Now, what you can do as the president, if you've still got plenty of term left, is you can just direct your Justice Department, be like, hey, I've got 18 months left in office. Just go ahead and charge them. Charge them with every possible thing you can charge them with. Get them to plead guilty. And then the moment they plead guilty, get them sentenced, and I'll pardon them. Well, why don't you just not have your Department of Justice charge them? Because then the next Department of Justice can come in and charge them. It's better to charge them, get them tried, plead guilty, and then take the pardon. But no, when people say that guy's not going to go to jail, he's going to go to jail. Everybody said that Derek Kavanaugh wasn't going to go to jail. Everyone was certain Derek Kavanaugh wasn't going to get tried, wasn't going to get prosecuted, wasn't going to go to jail. He did. Everybody said Kyle Rittenhouse wouldn't stand trial. He did. Because they have to. Because the moment that you stop enforcing the law, your ability to enforce the law diminishes and continues to diminish. The next Democratic administration will charge the officer, hopefully. Here's the sad part, man. I don't think the Democrats have a candidate they can run against J.D. Vance and win the election. Unfortunately, we have a really shit system going on right now. Can't you drive a tractor without a license? Not on the public roads, you can't. Now, you might have seen farm kids as young as 13 or 14 moving a tractor on public roads because they have what's known as an ag license. In certain areas of the country, 13 and 14-year-olds can get licenses to drive farm equipment, and they can even drive into town. But they can't, and they're very specific about it. They can't go to like the McDonald's. They can drive into town and go to like the Atwoods. If they park in the Atwoods parking lot, they can walk to McDonald's. But then they walk back to they can only operate the vehicle to go to and from agriculture related stuff. Just like there's different gun laws for agriculture. The boys that maintain the farm just south of my town, yeah. Right after Main Street, you go tick tick, and you're on thousands of acres of farm. Well, you'll see the older brother when they're doing fence work. He'll have a rifle on his back because we have bears, wolves, coyotes. In fact, I nearly pancaked a coyote the other day. We were driving and my wife was like, "Oh my God, it's a fox." We got closer. It's like, that's not a fox. That's a definite no for me. That's way too young to be driving a tractor. Why? I've been driving since I was 8. Why is that too young to be driving a tractor? Regale me with your knowledge of the ability to drive a piece of equipment. Yeah, some places allow them to go to school with tractors on certain days for certain events because they go to 4-H. I just think it is. A good thing that we don't give a fuck what you think, because on this channel, you've already demonstrated that you don't think very often. Yeah. Drive a tractor at 13, drive a tractor at 10. Because you got to remember, they're not on public roads driving a tractor. Or if they're on a public road, they're on a public road for a few feet, like half mile, while they move from one of their pastures to the other. Let's see. I think Gavin Newsom might win, sadly. I don't think Gavin Newsom will win. I thought about Gavin Newsom. Running Gavin Newsom doesn't really get you anything because it doesn't help you pick up a state that the Democrats don't normally pick up. See, the governor of California has a really shitty, really shit goal, because you run for president out of California, you generally want to be from a state that's a battleground state, and you want to have a reputation there that helps you swing that state. Gavin Newsom, like the young Democrats are looking for AOC to be tapped for vice president. I don't think anybody can run in the next election. I don't think anybody can run in the next election without running her as vice president, because the young people are looking for her. So what does that get you? You can't run Gavin with AOC AOC's not going to run for vice president. She's going to run for senator. She won't be the New York senator. She has more power in the House of Representatives than she'll have in the Senate. Because the moment she goes to the Senate, a lot of the stuff that she gets to do doesn't happen because of Senate rules. And Senate, remember, the Senate and the House have different parliamentarians. AOC is very soundbiteable. Now, half the time she's soundbiteable and she sounds like a fucking moron. But the other half the time she says stuff that resonates with the young voters. But now the problem is, if you know, yeah, she has come far since she started. She's matured. She's aged. She's figured out that you're one of 435 representatives, and unless you happen to be really, really popular with the other party, which she is not, the other party doesn't court you. When you're a radical, and remember, we've got progressives and regressives, right? Conservatives. And then you've got, you know, the liberals and the conservatives, right? And then how much you make the turn is radical and moderate. Yeah, these are the people who have expressed wanting to run for president. And look at this shit. I can chop this list down very, very quickly. Okay? Right off the bat. You're a giant no. Kamala Harris is an absolute giant no, because she pissed off the Democratic Party by presumptuously assuming they wanted her to be the nominee when Biden stepped aside. Senator Mark Kelly, sure. But people are going to say, who? Governor Newsom, sure, you can run him. Josh Green of Hawaii? Okay. Hawaii with its whopping 4 electoral votes, right? Rahm Emanuel, just take him out altogether. Pete actually makes sense because of the state you hope he swings. But again, who? Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey. Okay. Jersey helps get you New York. But then who do you run as Cory's running mate? The problem is, I hate to say this, but if I have to pick 2 people off this list, these are the 2 I would pick, and these are the lessers of the evil. Why the fuck do I want a governor to be president who doesn't give a shit about immigration? If Gavin Newsom would instruct his police departments, state and local, to not, if Gavin Newsom didn't have California as a sanctuary state with a bunch of sanctuary cities, ICE would have been in and out of California in 20 minutes. Remember, I'm not against going door to door and pulling out people who aren't criminals. I absolutely am about going door to door and finding fucking criminals. California, this happens all the time. Ready? I'm telling you, this is the problem. So ICE is looking for Deadpool. And ICE puts out a detainer on him. And they say, hey, if you find this guy, we want him. So then what happens is we're in California, and California gets the detainer, but they do not cooperate with them. So Mr. Poole commits domestic violence. Mr. Poole slaps his wife or his girlfriend or his kids. And the police have Mr. Deadpool. And the police book him. He gets charged. And then what happens is he's supposed to be held. And then ICE is supposed to come along and say, we'll pick him up from here. The people of California say, well, we won't give him to you under some guise if we want to see justice served. He's here. He's got a detainer. We want to remove him, but you want to keep him. Why do you want to keep a criminal? Because he counts for your census. Why do you want to keep a criminal? Because he takes a spot in your privatized jail. I'm sorry. People have to face the reality of what we're really protesting here. Great question, Salty Bread. If a president serves less, so your question is, you got Trump, you got Vance. If Vance serves less than 2 years, because Trump kicks, if he serves less than 2 years, he can do 2 full terms. If he does 2 years and 10 days, he can only do 1 additional term. It's 2 terms or 10 years. Charlie Kirk would not have been Vance's vice president candidate. You can't run Kirk with Vance. You give up half of all the registered voters, because let's say you run Vance, Kirk versus Gavin Newsom and AOC. Well, your black vote is going to go that way, because then the blacks without a candidate anywhere will vote Democrat, because that's their... Blacks will vote according to the issues unless they don't have a candidate to vote for. And is this about what Caroline was talking about? No, it is just, we're talking about the future of the next election. But the black vote will go to the Democrat Party, because if they don't have a candidate to vote for, that's their default party. The woman vote, if they don't have a candidate to vote for, will default to the Democratic Party, because now they feel like their vote is represented. So you've got a 51% and a 13% minus the woman percent over here pull towards the Democratic Party. That makes your battleground states, that would have made your battleground states very, 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 very rough. Very, very, very difficult. Now, people are going to say, well, what about Trump Vance, 2 white guys, versus black woman with a white vice VP candidate? Kamala Harris was polling really, really strong, and then 2 things happened. Number 1, she did the primary debacle. Well, 3 things happened. Number 1, the Democratic Party didn't instruct the delegates, didn't release the delegates to cast their votes however they wanted. The Democratic Party needed to recognize when Biden dropped out of the race, they needed to bring in all of the previous candidates who had registered for primaries, and then they needed to, at the convention, go through. Number 2, Kamala Harris can't impromptu speak. Kamala Harris will be answering a question, and you can literally see her reading the answer off the teleprompter. I want to know what you think. I don't want to know what all the people who wrote your answers think. And when I say that, the yellow column is my viewpoint. I wrote the yellow column. The yellow column is my beliefs. So if anybody ever says, well, I want to know what your opinion is, like my opinion on abortion, because abortion is such a hot topic. The Republicans are opposed to abortion. The Democrats are support for abortion. I think the right to choose is important, but so is access to alternatives and education. And the problem is, it's easier to get an abortion than it is to get help carrying the baby to term for the adoption. Like I said earlier, you have the right peaceably to assemble to request the redress of grievances from your government. I believe we need to have a federal law that says the minimum standoff distance to protest, rally, gather, film, regardless, a abortion clinic or a Planned Parenthood needs to be 500 feet. Because protesting outside an abortion clinic is not getting a redress of grievances from your government. It's intimidating people that are going there, and abortions are just a small part of what Planned Parenthoods offer. But when people say, well, you should choose adoption, not abortion. Okay, well, a scared girl is going to a Planned Parenthood to try to get information about an adoption. And then there's people protesting. I hate to break it to you, but the current regime that is installing itself is not going to give you that yellow column. I hate to break it to you, no offense, but I don't do this for money, so I'm not really concerned about your opinion. And the reason why I'm not really concerned about your opinion is you came in and you so far have basically told me to look up words in the dictionary, and when I go to your dictionary of choice and I look up the words you said I would find weren't there. You cannot say, go look this up in the dictionary, and then I don't find what you say, and then I read it back to you, and then you go quiet. The cricket stops chirping in the auditorium because I literally went where you asked me to. The problem is I don't care about fringe people. If you don't want to come to the middle, then I don't care about your opinion. I understand you highlighted number 2 under the wrong word rights. You're right. I did, because the first one, what was the first one? And what I noticed is you didn't say anything the whole time. Which one did you want me to look up? Because I don't mind if I don't mind if, you know, you're now like 20 minutes late coming back to it, but you're like you highlighted the wrong one. Oh, okay. You're right. I did, and here's why. Right. Adjective. Of course, I'm not going to, when we're talking about rights, I'm not going to look up the adjective. I came down here to the noun. What are your rights? So, Avon, let me help you out here. I'm literally, oh, wrong window on top. I'm literally not going to have a discussion with somebody that doesn't know how the fuck a dictionary works after you told me to go look it up in a dictionary. We're talking about rights. We're not talking about an adjective. Okay? We're talking about nouns. I want to know what my rights are. My inalienable rights. That's a noun. Righteous, upright, right, being in accordance with what's just, good, or proper. That's not my legal rights. I looked up legal rights. You didn't like legal rights, so I looked up rights like you asked, and you're like, you went to number 2. You're right, I did. I went to the fucking noun. You want me to go to the adverb, or do you want me to go to the verb? Because the word right has 4 parts of speech. So I'm not going to argue with a fucking numpty who doesn't know how to use a dictionary. You literally told me I would find words on the page, and those words on anywhere on the page, regardless of what part of speech I'm looking at. Now, if you had bothered to come in and bothered to ask and be like, hey man, I'm just interested. You know a lot about this. What's your background? Oh, my background is I have a degree in political science, a degree in history, and I was a pre-law student until I decided to go into education because John Marshall Law School told me my peers would probably not be well receptive to a 20-year-old peer because I graduated college at 20. So I did a master's degree in education. I really like teaching. And then some terrorist assholes flew some planes into some buildings. So I didn't go to law school. I went to the military. And then I really loved the military. So I did that for the rest of my life. And then I retired. See, if you had bothered to ask me, you would have realized I'm not a bumpkin that, number 1, doesn't know how to use a dictionary. And number 2, my focus area is in politics because I was pre-law. Like, I know the Constitution. I know the Bill of Rights inside and out because every pre-law student does. It's not like I'm special or I'm unique or I need a gold sticker. You literally spend all of your time on the Bill of Rights because it's where all of your legal defense rights come from. But you're like, you used the wrong definition. No, I used the noun. Now, I'm sorry you don't know how to use a dictionary. Don't take your inadequacy out on me. I didn't have you in class. And I know I didn't have you in class because if I had you in class, I taught my students how to use a dictionary. Because we didn't have a librarian that taught library sciences. So I taught my kids what a dictionary is. And I taught my kids what a synonym was, what a thesaurus was. Because I taught my kids that just because a word is listed as a synonym doesn't mean it's exactly the right fit. Like, for example, somebody says, hey, I just want to warn you, you're going to be getting an email. Sure, you could warn me, but warning has a raise your heckles context to it. Hey, that's the wrong word. I want to give you a heads up. I want to give you forewarning. I just want to let you know that you're probably going to be receiving an email. Those are all more correct ways. I want to notify you you're going to be getting an email. Yeah. I want to give you a heads up. Alert is probably another one of those I don't want to alert you because that's raise your heckles. There's context to words. Inform you. Right. So the problem is you literally tell me that the regime isn't going to give me the yellow column. No kidding. I don't need somebody to tell me that because I know the yellow column is what we need. But instead, there's people like you out there that literally you like, I don't care about your opinion because your opinion is irrelevant because it's not backed by the facts of history. One comma changed the meaning of the First Amendment. One interpretation changed the meaning of the Second Amendment. Period. Dot. That's not my opinion. That's not my view. That's the facts. Did you just not do to me what I did to you? Ignored background. I didn't ask you your background. You know why I didn't ask you your background? Because we haven't gotten to the junction. You haven't said anything to me that would make me ask you what your background is. I also want to make you realize, while in society we are equal, at this moment we are not on equal footing. You're down here. I'm up here. This is not the Jalan and Evan show. This is not the Jalan show with my special guest, Evan. You literally came in and you were confrontational at the very beginning. You didn't like the fact that I did what I did and I was explaining the way the system should work. And every place that I was factually correct about the way the system should work, you didn't like because it doesn't fit your narrative. Because if I tell people that police have the right to move you by request, they're not infringing on your rights. They're not infringing on any of your civil liberties. What they're doing, as I said, is they're making sure that you're exercising your civil liberties doesn't infringe upon me exercising my civil liberties. And when this comes to an impasse, the police make a decision and they say, and we go all the way back to the crosswalk example, if you put a box right here while people are trying to cross, you have the right to stand in public on a soapbox, literally why it's called getting on a soapbox. You have the right to stand on a soapbox and pontificate in public about anything you want. But if you're blocking the crosswalks, the police can say, hey, move 5 feet this way, 5 feet this way. Just stay out of the flow of traffic so you're not loitering, so you're not impeding, and they legally can do that. And then the person has a choice. They can comply with a lawful order, or they can now engage in protest through civil disobedience. And your response was that you're misrepresenting what's happening. No, I'm not. So you think this is about being above people? Got it. No, I didn't say that. It's funny you heard that. In this arena, we are not equals. In this arena, I'm the host of the show. I'm the streamer. I'm the personality. If we went over to your Twitch channel and I popped in as a guest, I would not behave as rudely as you have. I would ask some questions. I would say, hey, why do you have that opinion? How did you get there? But you see, you're a chill variety streamer who loves exploring games at your own pace with your one follower, okay? You clearly had a plan. That plan clearly didn't work out, so that's clearly why you're pissed off, okay? I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know why you're mad at me and why you came in guns blazing at me, but what I say to people is, if you don't like what somebody's saying, get a little information so you know what's in the bag of tricks. It's like when I get veterans that come in here and they're like, well, I served 4 years in the Army. And I'm like, well, then you better stand up when you talk to me. And I'm like, because I spent 15 years and I was a con ops planner and I probably deployed your ass, so I know what's going on. And they're like, oh, shit. Because what a corporal knows and what a captain knows is different. I've met some really great people here on Twitch. In fact, there's a streamer that I knew when we were both active duty. When it comes to certain things, I would never challenge that person because that person had a level of access I didn't have. That person had a higher rank than me. So when they talk about things, I'm like, I'll ask some questions. Now, if they say something I disagree with, I'll be like, I disagree because of this. But your statement is so typical of what we have going on in society. Your statement was, I don't agree with you because the dictionary says. Then I went to the dictionary and I can't find what you say. And then instead of you, by the way, you could have given me a link. My dude, I don't even have an arm for my microphone yet. I haven't failed if I haven't even started. The bio isn't even finished. Okay, and? Why do you need an arm for your microphone? Do you not know that how to put your mic on? Mics come with stands. Like the stand is in the box. And if you're just getting started, then you should have a wave 3 or a wave 1. Yeah, go buy it. Also, your account was created on May 23rd of last year. What are you waiting for? Like, no offense, but we're approaching 9 months now. What are you waiting for? But you see, I just brought up a bunch of stuff about you, and then you felt the need to address to it. Because I went looking for who I'm talking to. You didn't ask me a goddamn thing. My whole fucking bio's available online. But your whole response was, you're like, you made accusations. You're misrepresenting. No, I'm not. I'm not even, you didn't give me a scenario to analyze. Do I think that the cops are good? You didn't ask me that question. You assumed. You assumed because I said the cops have the authority to do this, that I think cops are good. I think a cop can be good. I think a cop can be bad. I think we judge an individual for an individual. But that doesn't change the fact that law enforcement has the ability to, and I know this is a radical fucking idea, enforce law. You cannot impede pedestrians. Your right to protest doesn't supersede their right of travel. So move 5 feet over. Move 5 feet over. And then the cop will stand there. And then if an hour later another cop comes, see, where First Amendment auditors like to release curated videos, and then several months down the road, after the trial, somebody else digs into it. Where we get the problem is this. So you got the person on the street corner. They've been asked to move. My whole point is that now is not the time to argue semantics and revisionist ideology. Well, first of all, let me help you out. Absolutely, it's the time to argue semantics, because semantics has been a logical fallacy that you have been programmed to say you're arguing semantics. And when it comes to the law, the devil's in the details. There is no such thing as semantics in the law, because the law is why you have the black and white black letter law, and you have the spirit of the law. And if you knew anything about the law, you would know that you can be in violation of the black letter of the law, but because you make a spirit of the law argument, your case is dismissed, because it's not just about how the law is written. It's about why the law is written that way. For example, trespassing. Trespassing is 100% of the time illegal. No, it's not. Number one, trespassing in most states require a prior notice of trespass. Meaning, you find me in the middle of a field that doesn't belong to me, and I've never been here before, and the cops are like, you're trespassing, and I'm like, I'm not trespassing, I'm lost. You have reality happening, and then there's you over here arguing theoretical examples using Deadpool. You're right. Because the reality of the situation, and thank you for that, you couldn't follow the example. I'll bring it down a notch. If you need to stop the ICE problem in America, we can stop that right now if Governor Pritzker and Governor Newsom and Governor Walz, the governor of New York, and a couple other places, literally tell their law enforcement to follow federal law. I don't mind that people want to be mad about the woman that got shot in the face in Minnesota. I'm mad about the woman that got shot in the face in Minnesota. Mr. Professor, you should understand that theory and application often yield different results. I do, and I understand that individuals that are ignorant of the nuance can't properly apply the theory because what they're trying to do is they're do surgery with a broadsword when the manual calls for a scalpel. ICE should never have been on the street that day in Minnesota because the governor of Minnesota should have his police turn over people with ICE detainers. And oddly enough, do you know who has ICE detainers? Criminals. When you commit a crime, because of our system being so efficient, when you're an immigrant and you commit a crime, you can be arrested, charged, processed, and out before ICE gets notified. And yet the federal law requires those on immigration status to carry a copy of their immigration papers with them at all times if they're over the age of 18. That's the law. Now, all the people out there protesting and saying, you don't have to carry your papers. Well, good job telling them the exact opposite of what the law says. The law literally says, and as the son of an Irish immigrant, and as the sponsor of many immigrants, I tell them, make a photocopy of all your visa paperwork and carry that with you the same way you would carry your driver's license or your passport. Because then when you get stopped, you're like, yeah, I'm an immigrant. Here's my visa. It's in good standing. I'm good until whenever. And guess what? You're not who ICE is looking for. But literally, ICE pulled up and they were being followed by a person honking their horn while ICE was trying to apprehend a child sex offender. Now, you tell me, who are we protesting to protect? Am I against ICE's use of force? Absolutely. Well, who are we protecting at this point? Lawful American citizens? What happened to Renee Good? Horrible tragedy. Absolutely horrible. Won't defend it. In fact, you heard me say that agent needs to go to jail. He violated Department of Justice policy. Department of Justice policy says you may not fire into a vehicle unless the driver is using deadly force other than the vehicle. You may only fire to disable the vehicle if no other reasonable alternative exists, including getting out of the way. So I didn't defend ICE. But she should have been arrested because if ICE needs to go to a city, there shouldn't be a standoff between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement. Local law enforcement should have been traveling with ICE. They should have gotten out of their vehicles and told the lady, you need to move, you're blocking traffic. Unless you've watched the other video that's come out, the third video that came out, she wasn't turning. She had blocked traffic for about 3 minutes. That radically changes the narrative. But either way, you're upset that I use a theoretical example of how it's supposed to work because you knew how it was supposed to work? I doubt you did. Because if you knew how it was supposed to work, then you would be protesting the governor of California and the governor of Illinois and the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Chicago. You'd be saying, hey, fuckheads, why aren't you cooperating with ICE? You cooperated with Immigration Customs Enforcement when Obama was president. You cooperated with Immigration Customs Enforcement when Biden was president. ICE detainers are to get rid of criminals, to get rid of sex offenders. So now your argument is that we should open our borders to child sex offenders. The answer is either yes, we should, and then I'm going to shake my head. Or the answer is no, we shouldn't. Great, then get on board. Get on board the train of let's fix the problem. Get on board of the yellow column. You said that the regime won't give it to me. By the way, you're right, you haven't. I'm inferring. You can infer, but I can't infer. See, the problem is if you use a tool, I get to use a tool. If you make inferences, then I get to use inferences. By the way, saying stuff like Mr. Professor, you should understand. You really don't want to play the asshole game with me. I tell people all the time, do not ever play the who's the bigger asshole game with me. I am the 20-year reigning champion of who's the bigger asshole. What's my stance on immigration? Remove everyone who shouldn't be here. Fix all the systems, then become a nation of legal immigrants. Can I ask a question? Why is it we have multi-year processes for people to figure out if we're going to let them stay or not? Why, when people come here seeking asylum, do we let them into the country with a please, please, please make sure you come back so we can ferret out your case? When they arrive for asylum, since the number of people coming here to seek asylum is so small, why don't we just have their hearing right then and there? Because how difficult is it for federal judges to have an asylum hearing to determine, because remember, in order to seek asylum, there has to be a geopolitical reason you have to flee your country to come to America. They're prosecuting Christians in England and I need to leave. Denied. Go back to England. Why? Because they're not persecuting Christians in England. You don't need asylum. I'm seeking asylum because I worked with the United States in Afghanistan from 2001 until 2021, and you assholes abandoned me there, and my whole family's been killed. I'm the last surviving member of my family. Okay, I really want to give you asylum. I really do. But based on what you just said, you have a real hate on for America. So let me call some allies and see if I can find somebody to take you. I don't really want to let you in America, but maybe I can get somebody to take you. Why can't we have that hearing right then and there? It would take all of 70 judges. With 70 new employees, we could hear every asylum case as they came into the country. And as a 2-for-1 special, if we have 70 extra asylum judges at all the ports of entry, we can handle a lot of other cases that day too. All we got to do is have that judge prioritized to asylum cases. People are too stupid to realize that they're pitting people against each other to create more chaos. That's why you have people following ICE agents all over the country, and when something bad happens, they burn or destroy a city for it. Right. I always laugh when there's riots after a sports team wins a championship. You're so fucking happy that your sports team won a championship, you caused $50 million worth of damage to your city. Now maybe we understand why the Bears got eliminated from the playoffs yesterday. Do we have $50 million in insurance on our... No, it's okay. Throw the game. We can't afford to win. I don't mind if people are mad, but when people start using these, like, people will say, oh, you're arguing semantics. Yes, of course I am. Of course I'm arguing semantics. Because that's the law. That's the law. What you can do and what you can't do. That's the law. The law isn't a matter of broad strokes. I don't want broad strokes in the law. I want specificity. I want specificity in the law. I want to know exactly what I can't do. What exactly is out of bounds? Remember, I don't want to know what I can do, because unless you tell me I can't do it, I can do it. But shit, man, you have people every single day that watch these police encounters and they say the cop is not justified. First of all, in every state but the state of California now, because as of January 1st, California changed their law. So every state, when a police officer walks up to your vehicle, they do not have to tell you a damn thing. A police officer can walk up to you. He can choose to be polite. He can choose to not. He shouldn't be rude. License, registration, proof of insurance. And you as the driver in every state but California, you already know, because the rules of the road book tells you this, upon request while operating a motor vehicle, the driver must surrender 1, licensure to operate a motor vehicle in the appropriate weight class, 2, proof of insurance for that vehicle, 3, proof of registration. When people start arguing with cops and they say, I don't have to give you a fucking thing, I believe at that point, that person has gone all the way off the far tilt edge of fuck around. And so now it's time to go all the way to the other edge of find out. Look, I'm going to give you exactly 1 opportunity to give me your license, your registration, or your proof of insurance. If you do not, I'm going to remove you from the vehicle. I'm going to arrest you for failure to provide me this ID, which is a misdemeanor in this state. I'm going to inconvenience your whole day because I'm going to take you down to the station. I'm going to fingerprint you. I'm going to photograph you. I'm going to wait until we properly identify you. And then you're going to have to post bail for obstruction. Or you could give me your license, your registration, and proof of insurance as required by law so I can tell you that your aggravating cunt ass has a fucking broken taillight that I was going to give you a warning ticket for, but now I'm just going to go ahead and give you a citation for it. A month of that, and all that shit would stop. Okay, roll me a second unit, spike baton behind the back tire. If they drive forward, they pop their tires. Now you charge them with eluding, fleeing, reckless driving. The moment they're driving on a flat tire, that's reckless driving. Boom. Now you went from a simple fix-it ticket to a felony and a bunch of other misdemeanors. Yeah, it would suck for the people that decide to test the waters in that first month. Guarantee you, after the first month, people would stop. These people that follow ICE agents around, what do they do for a living? Some of them, they get paid to be professional protesters, professional demonstrators, professional ralliers, depending on what the confines are. There's people that get paid to do it by private organizations. Because remember, say I'm getting paid $15,000 a month to be a professional protester, with $5,000 of that expected for me to pay people to bring numbers. Well, I show up with numbers. Yeah, they're fake protesters. I don't mind people rallying. I don't mind people rallying. I think rallying is a great thing. I think a redress of grievances is a great thing. That's a wild claim. Dude, Avon, go do your fucking research, man. Not even gonna fucking entertain you on that one. It's documented that there are people paying for people to protest. You've got people that are living in a tent city for 30 days and they don't leave. How are they living for 30 days with no jobs? How are they getting food? Because they can't leave. People are supporting them. Who's paying for the food? Outside agencies are. There's outside agencies that sponsor protests, sponsor rallies, sponsor lots of things. It happens in Europe. It happens in the Western world. Now, here's the thing. There's nothing illegal about it. So why is it a wild claim? I have $100 million in the bank and I want to protest redressive grievance, whatever it is. So I take $1 million out and I pay people to rally for me. Got people that don't have jobs. I can get a bunch of them to show up. Now, what I'm going to say to you is, ironically, why is it that protests are, I was talking about the fake part, not the money. If you're being paid to protest, you're a fake protester. If you're being paid to be there, then you don't care enough to be there without being paid. Look, I'll throw it down. Women's rights, I'll go protest. I have all daughters and granddaughters. I have one grandson rolling out there, but I have daughters and granddaughters. If it's about women's rights, I'll show up. If it's about freedom to choose for abortion, I'll show up. If it's about veterans issues, I'll show up. If it's about LGB, I'll show up. If it's about LGBT, are we talking about the LGB part or the T part? Because if it's about the T part, I don't show up. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't have anybody I need to show up for, because none of the transgenders I know are showing up because they don't feel their rights are being infringed. So if they don't want to go protest, why the hell am I going to go protest? I don't have a dog in the fight. You think someone who might be in real need of cash wouldn't protest against the party that supports if he gets paid for it? Right. Now, so do I join ICE for the $50,000 bonus, or do I become all joking aside, I would not join ICE for the money. I would join ICE because you need a job. Is Trump the new Hitler taking territory? Oh, what a good question. What a good question. Donald Trump. All right. Europe, you would be better leaving NATO. All of you leaving NATO. But you all have to immediately be ready to join in a defensive pact. And you need to know for a fact that everybody's going to leave with you. Here's the really scary part. And I'll entertain anybody's discussion points if they want. The United States, yeah, the EU already has a defensive pact outside of NATO. And you know why yours is valuable, worth more than the toilet paper you wipe your ass with? It's because NATO exists. It's really easy to say, right? Watch this. It's really easy to say that under the shadow, under the umbrella by NATO, other defensive pacts can exist. But is your defensive pact strong enough to fight the United States? And unfortunately, I don't like this fact, and I wish it wasn't the case. Europe, you are to blame for the United States' rise to power the same way you're responsible and accountable for Hitler's rise to power. It was really great when the United States went to Europe twice and saved Europe twice. And you should have turned around and said, why the fuck does the new kid on the block have the biggest fucking army? Like, why? Why? We need to divert money into our national defense budgets. When at one point, we spent more on national defense than the next 27 countries combined, 26 of whom were allies. We have cut back our spending by half, and we still spend more on national defense than the next 7 countries. I'm sorry that some people are pro-Russian or pro-Chinese militaries or pro-Korean militaries or pro-Iranian militaries. The United States literally just started the game in Venezuela and did checkmate with 0 loss of life. He can't. Donald Trump can't take over countries, but he can if nobody stops him. If I was still on active duty, I probably would have been put on administrative leave because I wouldn't support any of these fucking actions. Because these actions are all illegal and immoral. All these actions are illegal and immoral. But Donald Trump watches the world for over 4 years not spank Putin. Donald Trump watches for a year and change that the world doesn't spank Israel. Yemen's been in a civil war for 12 years. Nobody gives a shit. Israel bombs other countries to kill Hamas members. Those countries don't open up a can of whoop ass. So why when you elect a bully on a power trip to be in command, I think the generals would fall in line. The generals that are in service right now are all Trump lackeys. All the generals that were against Donald Trump, they've all been shuffled and replaced. Generals serve. There's a phrase, when you serve at the White House or you serve at any rank above 07, you serve at the pleasure of the president. After 06, if the president doesn't like you, you're at 20 years. The president literally looks at you and says, submit your letter of resignation. And that's it. You serve at the pleasure of the president. There's no, on the officer side, there's no contract. There's terms of commitment, which can always be waived by the service. One of the big reasons why I think that we need a lot more scrutiny about our senior military leadership positions. I never would have thought that until we have a president like me. My opinion. All of the Navy officers on all of the boats, all of the naval aviators that were involved in the bombing of Venezuela, they should all be court-martialed. Every last one of them. Trump didn't post all of them. Trump removed the people. See, what happens with loyalty is this. I'm a 2-star, and I have to wait until this 3-star retires, dies, or promotes before I can become a 3-star. And this is my career field specifically. There is 1 4-star, 1 3-star, and 1 2-star in my career field. That's it. That's all we get. Now, you can become a flag officer if you go lateral, but if you want to stay in your career field, this is it. 1 2, 1 3, 1 4. Well, if this guy opposes Trump and Trump says retire, well, then this guy gets promoted because he has to, because he's the vice. He's the vice commander. So he's the one that, unless there's an awful lot of fuckery going on, that's the person, because that's the career field flag officer. Well, this person and this person, right? This person gets courted, talked to, interviewed, because you can take a 1-star and promote them past 2-star. It's a bitch to do, but you can do it. You can also promote this person to 2-star and put them in the vice seat, and you can have plus, at the 3-star level, you can have +0, -1. You can't have a vice higher ranked or the same rank as the top in the food chain. So if this person doesn't say the right things, they find that their career is now done, and then they find, hey, we don't need you anymore. It's not that everybody in these positions are toadies or lackeys. But some of them, unfortunately, are just following orders. Some people are going to say, well, you have a duty not to follow illegal or immoral orders. Technically, unfortunately, Donald Trump didn't violate any laws by stealing the president of Venezuela. He didn't violate any. And believe me, as a former officer, I racked my brain. I had to look through a lot of documents, the War Powers Act specifically. He didn't technically break any law. And I am not a Trump supporter. I think it's really important for me to I am not a Trump supporter. I am a rule of law supporter. Because he did not commit the military. No, he didn't make the act himself. The War Powers Act has been around 1973 off the top of my head. War Powers Act, 1973, 50 U.S.C. Chapter 32 is a federal law intended to check the president's power to commit the United States to an armed conflict without the consent of Congress. The resolution was adopted in the form of state congressional joint resolution. It provides that the president can send the U.S. Armed Forces into action abroad only by Congress's statutory authorization or in case of a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territory or possession, or its armed forces. Oh, shit. So, Congress, in 1973, gave the president this power. It's right there. The War Power Resolution requires the president notify Congress within 48 hours of committing armed forces to military action and forbids armed forces from remaining for more than 60 days with a further 30-day withdrawal period without congressional authorization for use of military force. Well, unfortunately, back in 2001, we decided to declare war on terrorism. I have a wonderful little medal on my service jacket. It's the Global War on Terrorism medal. I think declaring war on a concept is really dangerous because then you can paint anybody whatever you want. Technically, by Donald Trump's rationalization, because we declared war on narcotic terrorists, he did not exceed the mandate of the War Powers Act or of powers given to George Bush in 2001, and we never put a time limit on that war on terrorism. So the president said, you've given the office of the president the authority to conduct war on terrorism. I view Venezuelan, I was looking at taking over oil ships. What the fuck do you think? Well, he's taking over oil ships because there's a sanction on Venezuela from shipping out oil. How the United States can levy sanctions against Venezuela is beyond me. But, and sorry, British people, your bullshit is our bullshit. And our bullshit is your bullshit. Britain, in conjunction with the United States, took possession of one of the oil tankers and it went to a British port. Guys, when the people say England is going to fight America, we beat England's ass so bad in the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. We hit them so hard that we made them our greatest allies. We are not a member of the International Criminal Court. United States military personnel, United States electorate may not be charged by The Hague because we're not members of it. We have no problem picking people up and delivering them to nations who then deliver them to The Hague, but we can't be tried in it. United Nations Charter. Yeah, we violated the fuck out of that. Donald Trump violated the fuck out of the UN Charter. We didn't break the Geneva Conventions. Here's the saddest part. You're right. The ICC can only bully small countries, small despots, small dictators. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to live in this world right now, so I need Europe. I need Europe to spend an awful lot of money on your military, but here's the problem. It's going to take the rest of the world 20 to 25 years to be able to make a jet that can fight the F-22 in air-to-air combat. We have the only F-22s on the planet. And we don't like it, so we're building the next generation. Nobody on the planet can beat the F-22, period. Oh, well, you know, I saw that one country beat the F-22 in dogfighting. Yeah, because it was loaded with 2 external fuel pods and 2 external weapons racks. It had 0 stealth capability and 0 maneuvering. And that we do that often at... How many F-22s have we lost in combat? 0. Iran talked their mad shit. We've got these new radar systems and we can detect your precious B-2 bomber. Really? You can? We flew 7 of them into your country. The B-2 bomber has the radar cross-section of a dinner plate. The B-2 bomber, for those of you, I can't go into too many details. There's a great creator, his name is Habitual Line Crosser. He explains this a lot better, but people get confused because there's 2 types of radar. And you know there's 2 types of radar because I'm specifically drawing them in different shapes. And my art is second to none. So fuck your mother, right? So what you have here is you have a weapons radar and you have an aircraft radar. And what happens here is that in order for this missile to fire, the weapons radar needs to have a lock on that object. The aircraft radar cannot talk to weapons systems. They don't work that way. So what you have here is you have the flying Dorito, right? And the flying Dorito is on its way to fuck your ass up. And the aircraft radar says, hey, I have a dinner plate traveling at Mach 2. And the weapons radar says, I see a duck. My weapon systems can't shoot at a duck. And the aircraft radar is like, well, seriously, man, that dinner plate is fucking zooming at Mach 2. And the weapons radar says, I don't see it. Because I need a larger cross-section. And so people are under this belief, I'm sorry, our allies are under this belief. And I don't want to live in this world, ladies and gentlemen. I do not want to live in this world. The rest of the planet versus the United States. It's the United States wins, we might take 10 to 15% losses. And unfortunately, the 10 to 15% losses we would take would be from Canada. Simply because if Canada got their shit together, Canada has a lot of Arctic forces. I think the Canadians will agree they have a lot of Arctic forces because their shit's cold. Why do they have a lot of Arctic forces? Because that's what they have to train in. Canada doesn't exactly have the tropics to train in. They don't specialize. Yeah, you winter very well. The reason why Canadian forces are so proficient at winter fighting and Arctic fighting is because their defense operation knows you can invade us, but then we're going to be able to hunker down. And administrating and operating on the premise that no one can stop us is incredibly dangerous. If it escalates far enough, everyone loses. Correct. The problem is, not everybody loses. The problem is if people keep bullying the bully and he decides to push back, and I mean this, who can even stand up to the United States? The United States has 11 aircraft carriers, and if we count every single thing everybody calls an aircraft carrier without question, Congress? No, because let me take a quick break and then I'm going to say what the big problem with our Constitution is. Okay, here's your hypothetical situation real quick. Say Congress turns around and actually impeaches Donald Trump. Okay? Say Congress impeaches him. Who removes him from office? Director of the FBI, I order you to take the president to custody. Fuck you, no. We hold you in contempt. Okay. Well, I'm surrounded by 50 agents that are all loyal to me that have fully automatic weapons underneath their suit coats. So the moment you tell them to place me under arrest, I'll just place you under arrest for treason. The FBI should have never been under the control of the president. The FBI should have been under control of the Department of Justice. And the Department of Justice should have been under the control of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court should have had 5 justices, 2 Democrat, 2 Republican, whoever is the Chief Justice, and then the Chief Justice alternate of the other party. That way, every term, we're not fucking dicking around voting in guys, we just swap. Whoever is the not sitting Chief Justice, the alternative, sits on top of the Department of Justice. The FBI, it could be called something else, but the function they do right now should be under the Department of Justice. Under the executive should be the ATF and the DEA. Because if Congress votes to impeach Donald Trump, and the head of the FBI says no, and the head of the military says no, then what? Who does Congress have to execute their orders? See, remember, the framers of the Constitution assumed that everybody would act democratically. The framers of the Constitution didn't want the common man to vote for the senators because the Senate was designed to protect the states' rights. The House of Representatives was designed to protect the people's rights. When did ICE arrive? Because it wasn't there when I left to go to the UK. ICE has been around since, what, 2003? Yeah, March of 2003. Manpower, military equipment, logistics, the US has the upper hand in everything, and I doubt the rest of NATO would unite against the US. It was enough to threaten tariffs for Germany to withdraw its 15 soldiers from Greenland. Yeah. Even outside of NATO, the rest of the world has to be thinking about the consequences of letting things play out. Right, you're absolutely right. The rest of the world has to be thinking about the consequences of letting things play out. The rest of the world needs to be thinking about the consequences of, fuck, we should have stood up to Putin immediately. Europe, it's your fucking fault. It's our fault. It's America's fault for electing an unstable megalomaniac who doesn't know what he's talking about to office. I'm sorry. People say shit to me like, Donald Trump knows how to make money. Yeah, he bankrupted 6 casinos. Fred Trump knew how to make money. Fred knew how to make money. He gave Donnie Boy, he gave Junior money. Trump is fucking broke back in the 80s or the early 90s. He goes to Russia, comes back with loans from 36 Russian financial institutions. Ice Cube wrote the song, shit, back in 2016, I think it is. Name of the song is Arrest the President. If you've never heard it, I can't play it on the show because 1, DMCA, 2, it's got vulgarity in it. But in the lines he says, arrest the president. You got the evidence. That man is Russian intelligence. Donald Trump, literally, somebody showed it on my Discord, and this, if true, is this right here is the end of the world. And I'm not joking. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being melodramatic. This right here is literally the end of the world. Let me find it. Because if this is true, oh, it's gone. luckily, Discord keeps a screen grab copy of it. Ukrainian intel services sent false strategic info to the U.S. intelligence services and observed that the information had been relayed to Russia and were used by Russian forces. If that is true, then Europe, you need to immediately shit or get off the pot, and you need to send Ukraine every piece of, not even surplus ordnance. France, you should be emptying out everything you have. You have artillery, you have 105 millimeter shells, send them to the Ukraine right now. Beans, bullets, blankets, bombs, drones, whatever they need. Because if the United States is giving Russia intelligence that Ukraine is trying to share with the United States, then it's over for them. Denmark didn't have much. Denmark sent what they had. Now, I know a lot of Europeans are going to tell me, they're going to tell me, oh, well, we gave just as much money to Ukraine as you did. Yes, you did. But you gave it for humanitarian relief. And let me say, giving humanitarian relief in the middle of a war is like fucking for virginity. It's good, but it really is counterintuitive, right? You can't do humanitarian relief in a country that's being fucking bombed. I think at this point, I think Trump would just share the info publicly. Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am not trying to be the vote or the voice that makes you want to go left or go right or moderate or conservative or progressive or liberal or radical or anarchist. What I'm saying is, right now, I don't hear any other voice of reason. I don't have an agenda other than let's get back to what the framers wanted. Not in some revisionist history, because I've read Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau. I've read the Federalist Papers. I read what Hamilton wanted, right? I've read what Franklin wanted. I've read what Washington wanted. I've read what these individuals, and yes, some of what the founding fathers wanted was completely fucking mental. All men are created equal, except these 3/5 of people that have darker skin than us, they're not equal to us. Not those indentured servants, which indentured servitude is now all of a sudden illegal, but slavery's not. Praise the Irish. We're still going to take away all the Indian land. We're going to take away the native land. I don't say the founding fathers were morally upright people according to 2025 morals. I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying it's right. But I'm saying we have got to stop looking at 1776 and saying it was morally wrong, because where do your morals come from? If the Pope of the Catholic Church, if the Archbishop of the Church of England have not spoken out against slavery, then how can you say morally it's wrong? Because most people have an external locus of control when it comes to their morals. That's why I like the brothers McManus from the Boondock Saints. Do not rape, do not kill, do not steal. These are rules that every man from every faith can obey. Yeah, it's pretty fucking easy. But we right now live in a world where Christians and Jews attack Muslims because Muhammad supposedly married a 9-year-old, but people forget how old Mary was. Mary would have been sub 15 years old. Just saying. We have people that hate begets hate. Look, you want to put a mosque in? Put a mosque in. But what should happen is, like, I don't know if you ever saw this one episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, and there's a Klingon. There's a Klingon, and he tries to kill another Klingon, and Picard's like, well, we can search you. And he's like, I'm a Klingon, I can't be searched by you. And the Klingons are like, no problem. We'll take him back to our ship and we'll search him. And then the guy's like, I request asylum. Okay. Let's look at that real quick. If the Christians get uppity, the other Christians should be the ones that say, we got this. When the followers of Islam get uppity, it's the other followers of Islam that should jump up and say, we got this. But we don't do that. We don't condemn our own people, because psychology teaches us that the ego will not allow us to condemn our own associations. Like, I know a lot of Catholics that say, I don't think as many priests were molesting children as what were happening. And my jaw drops and hits the floor, and I turn around and I'm like, the motherfuck did you just say? I don't think as many kids were being molested. I think a lot of people did the hashtag Me Too. You think the Catholic Church moved all these priests out of America? All of a sudden, all these priests that aren't bishops, aren't cardinals, all get assigned to missionary countries or all get recalled to the Vatican. They literally, I forget which pope it was the pope in the 90s. He's like, pedos, I choose you. I tap 5 white mana and I summon all the pedos to the Vatican. The breeding pit, we put them in the basement. Like, the Roman Catholic Church paid out hundreds of millions of dollars in America in hush money to not ruin its image in America because of how many priests were fucking little boys. Now, I got in trouble for saying this. I was still a young Catholic, but I was a lectern. I'm a Eucharistic minister in the Catholic Church. And I said, I had been away from my church for a year because I was at, I was off doing shit I shouldn't have done. I didn't go to church for like a year. So I went to church, and when I walked in, the pastor saw me and he's like, oh, hey, I'm glad you're here. And I was like, great. I was like, what you need? He's like, can you do the first reading? And I said, sure, I can do the first. I can do the first reading. So as I go up there, I go in the back to, read it once through drive-through. There's a girl as a server, as an altar server. And I'm like, fuck? I thought to myself, I'm glad to see the church is getting progressive. And we're allowing boys and girls to be altar servers. Opens up the future of female priests. At the same time, we were still in the middle of cleaning up all of the child sex scandals. I don't think inviting girls into the equation was the right idea. But what do I know? The Pope during World War II allegedly helped Nazis get off Europe. Allegedly. I'll say this. I'm not saying that one of the priests the priests were only diddling the small boys, so surely they wouldn't touch the small girls. All I know is that one day there was a father, I can't say, because you call fathers by their last name. There was a priest. One day, he was a priest. About 2 weeks later, he was working in a gas station. He just one day left the priesthood. I don't know, man. But I think maybe somebody was showing the door. Just saying. That guy was always a little weird. He was always a little strange. Let's see. China's birth rate hits record low as population continues to shrink. All right. I am really, 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 really tired of people talking about this shrinking population as so, oh my God, Chicken Little, sky is falling sort of thing. We have too many people on the planet to begin with. Okay? We have too many people on the planet. It's not a bad thing if birth rates in countries dip for a while. It's not a bad thing. 1 in 6 American children lives in poverty. I'm sorry, Europe, I don't know your statistics. 1 in 6, you guys don't actually have poverty the same. You don't have crippling poverty the way that we do. Is it true that white population is dwindling compared to others? Yes. White population is dwindling compared to others. But break, check, break. The way this country is still racist as fuck messes with that. My godchildren are... So I have 6 godchildren. I am my oldest Taken's the godfather to all their children. I'm their adoptive grandfather, and I'm the godfather to all of them. We're just gonna leave it at that. My eldest is white mom, white dad. She's white. The other 5 are white mom, black dads. 2 different dads. They're all considered black. I don't know why they're considered black, because they're only half black. They're half white, but they're considered black. Why are they considered black? Because if you label them as black, they're entitled to minority benefits. If you label them as white, they ain't entitled to shit. My children are Mexican. Why? Because my children are half white, half Mexican. Their white half doesn't get them shit. Their Mexican half gets them all sorts of tax benefits, college scholarship benefits, this, that, and the other benefits. So why would I not label my children as Mexican? Why would I label my children as anything else? Then you took a new remote position. They're talking about me flying up mid-February. I think there's a reasonable request to wait and head up there if it's the same situation. Why? Are you planning on getting into ICE's way? Are you planning on following them around and honking your horn? Are you planning on protesting? Are you planning on obstructing justice or interfering? Like I said, this weekend my wife went to the mall. She went to the mall in St. Louis, the Galleria. ICE was there. My wife looks Mexican. They didn't approach her. She didn't approach them. Their business wasn't with her. I'm worried about the crazies mistaking me for ICE. Are you going to be wearing body armor? Are you going to be driving in a vehicle that has... They're posted at the hotels and bothering randoms. Okay, so go up there, and when they bother you, look at the hotel and say, this person's bothering me. Yeah, ICE was in St. Louis this weekend. Guess what, folks? ICE is in a lot of cities. Immigration and Customs Enforcement operate in a lot of places, a lot of time. Just because they're in force in Minnesota this week doesn't mean they're not in a lot of other places. A huge simplification of what I hear in the media. The population in Europe is aging. Immigrants were supposed to replace the generations that were being created. Now the immigration crisis is still ongoing. In fact, we're seeing echoes of it. The white race in Europe is decreasing in percentage terms. You're right. But here is the trick to that. If you do not have... Okay. Every person born in America is an American citizen. So if you're born here, you're a citizen. But if you're not born here, you're an alien. To become a citizen, you have to pass a test. Why is it that just because you're born here, you're automatically a citizen and you never pass the test. And you think you're a better citizen than somebody who had to take a very difficult test in order to become a citizen. If you want, and I'm going to, this is a 50,000 foot broad stroke idea because I know every country is different. I'm going to pick on Germany for a second. You go to Germany, you want to move there. You have to have a sponsor. You have to learn German culture. You have to learn German law. They like it when you learn the language because everything's in German. You go to the tax office in America, or you go to the hospital in America, or you go anywhere in America, and they'll have 26 different languages listed. And it'll literally say, if you don't speak English, call and we'll get you an interpreter. Taxpayers pay for the interpreters. To be fair, the test is not that difficult, but I would give you that 80% of American-born people would fail it. You're right. Yeah, I saw the Kick streamer who was accused of being iced by a Karen. Yeah, it's the same in the UK. For example, my brother, I've shared bits and pieces about my family. My top brother is Irish. My next brother is English. My next brother is American. My sister is English. And I'm American-Irish dual because I did my paperwork. My brother up here didn't do his paperwork. This brother wanted to live in the UK, but becoming a citizen was a giant pain in the ass for him. Without being a citizen, he can't buy property. He can rent property, but he can't buy property. What's wrong with that system? And the punchline is nothing. You're not a citizen. America has a great constitution. But America thinks its constitution is the best one on the planet. America's constitution is the blueprint template for over 100 other constitutions. But they all go, a lot of those countries go into details about the rights of the citizens and the rights of the people. For example, you're an American arrested in France. They can hold you up to 10 days before you even have a bail hearing. Then they can ask for 20 more days to hold you before they finalize the charges. And then bail is not an inherent, bail in America is an inherent, you will be offered bail unless you have all these things. Wasn't the British Constitution the blueprint for the US Constitution? What British Constitution? They didn't have a constitution. I think you're thinking of the Magna Carta, but the Magna Carta wasn't the rights of the people. The Magna Carta was written to solidify the control of the barons, not the citizenry. But the citizenry were given enough consideration in the Magna Carta so that the common rabble would support the barons over the king. In Germany, you must have been a permanent resident for 5 years or have a German spouse to be eligible for citizenship. Yes, you have to have been a permanent resident for 5 years. And to be a permanent resident, you have to be gainfully employed and have no law infractions and a lot of other things. Yeah, thank God. Thank God a common sense channel. The problem is people don't want to hear common sense. Yeah, the Magna Carta specifically protected free men, and free men are wealthy landowners because everybody else was still a serf tied to the land. But what people don't realize, and I know you're going to hate me when I say this, you do not want to be a worker. You want to be a serf. And getting permanent residency is a very hard thing to do because you have to qualify for a visa to stay long enough to get it. Well, no, getting a visa to Germany is easy. Getting a visa to European countries is actually quite easy. It's easier to get a visa to foreign countries than it is to get a visa to America. Because those foreign countries, number one, their H-1B visa process is a lot more streamlined. It takes a while for me as a business owner, if I wanted to get the visa approval so that I could hire somebody against that visa and then they come in. Remember, in that case, I'm the business owner. I have the visa. I assign a worker against the visa. Not for Europe, it's not. Getting a visa to go to Europe is really, really easy. The process is really, really easy. The approval is very clean cut. Hey, I'd like a visa to come to your country. You're a convicted felon in America. No. That's easy. It didn't get you what you want, but the process is really easy. Do you have a company sponsoring your arrival? There was a half a dozen European countries that offered me jobs when I left America, or when I left the U.S. Air Force. Half a dozen European countries wanted me to come and work on their petroleum infrastructure. I said, no, I'm retired, man. I'm a little fucking crazy. But the process was simple. We want this guy and his family. They go to their country, they get the visa back. And then they say, yeah, come here. Now, when I get there, I got to start learning German. I got to learn the law. I got to get permission to live somewhere. I need my permanent residency to buy a house. People are going on skills shortage. They can change that list. Hold on. Are you talking about coming to America or going to Europe? Yeah, Middle Eastern countries tried recruiting you when you left the Air Force. Due to my position, I had a 5-year moratorium. Going to Europe? Right, but you can also go to Europe. Like, I could go to Europe right now. Well, I'm a bad example because I'm a dual citizen. You can go to Europe and become a permanent resident if you prove means. And the Middle East, if you prove means. All you have to do is show them, like, hey, look, I'm independently wealthy and I want to retire to your country. And that's real simple then. You have to put X amount of dollars into a German bank or British bank or French bank or Dubai bank. If you do that and the money sits there for 60 to 90 days and you don't touch it, you don't move it, then they know that you have access to those resources and they're like, come on in. And then every year for 4 years, you just file financial paperwork and they bounce it against your bank account and they say you still have means. After 5 years, become a citizen. Easy peasy. In America, on the other hand, shit. What's a good European country to retire? Pass, because they're all good and they're all bad. They all have their good sides. They all have their bad sides. They all, like, the grass is greener because of the shit you don't see. Like, where do you want to live? Yeah, Italy's great if you like some stuff. Italy's, like, if you like living without owning a car, Italy is great. Getting a house is a pain in the ass unless you want to live in one of those provinces way the fuck into nowhere where they tell you they're going to give you the house for like $1 or $10,000, but you find out it's going to take $250,000 to renovate it according to their heritage architectural standards. Italy's difficult to get houses because they don't have enough housing for their own population. Because in Italy, the population all wants to live in like this, what I call centers of civilization, and nobody wants to live out in the outskirts. Like where I live right now, I live in a German farming town. I love my little German farming town. It's 5 minutes off the back gate of the base. It's off the base I retired at. But the problem is there's not a lot here. In this town, we have $2 Generals, a Subway, a Pizza Hut, one bar that does food now, and a McDonald's. We have a supermarket, not even a supermarket. We have a market. We have just a grocery store. And then we have a little hometown pharmacy. When the snow comes in or the rain comes in, the way my town is set up, there's no way out of town this way. You go up here And unfortunately, this is just a side effect of my town. This road floods right here, and it floods right there. The other road that goes that way, dead ends. It literally, there's nothing east of that road. And even if you did, it floods anyway. Go out here, it floods. And when you go up this road, where this road connects, you're fucked, because this road floods here and it floods right there. So this is literally my town, and you have to go 55 minutes south before you'll find a road that'll allow you to go east or west that won't that will not flood. So it's great if you don't need to get out of town. It sucks ass. Yeah, it sounds like a nice town for a horror film setting. Like the other day, I was just laying in bed, and my spouse, she walked up and she's like, "Hey, we need to get food." I was like, "I'm tired. I'm in pain. I took my meds." She's like, "Well, get the fuck up. We got to go get food." And I was like, "What the fuck?" I walked to the window. Holy shit. So we had to go get food because we don't get snow plows in here. It small town near the interstate is great if you can get to the interstate. Do I know what this is about? Let's see. Building a New York Stock Exchange in Dallas is a bad thing for New York. I can't believe they would let this happen. What the fuck is Trump on about? Hold on. Oh, he's talking about he's talking about the fully electronic exchange. No trading floor, no closing bell, no Wall Street jobs. Texas has been pushed because they want to set up a trading floor that's not. Okay, so you know the markets close at night, right? And a lot of bullshit shenanigans happen at night and happen on the weekends. They want to open another stock exchange because we've got the Dow Jones, we've got the NASDAQ, we've got multiple stock exchanges. They want to open one that's all electronic all the time. Yeah, they want to open up a 24-hour market. The problem is, okay. Everybody understands why the economy sucks, right? Work with me here. Number one, the economy sucks because in 1972 to 1973, we went off a hard currency standard to a fiat currency. Everybody who wants to talk shit about the baby boomers and about how easy they had it, the baby boomers didn't have it easier. The baby boomers were playing baseball, and now the Generation X and beyond are playing cricket. It's not that the baby boomers had it easier. They were playing a different game. When your money is based on a hard currency, fractional lending cannot be 90%. Fractional lending can be maybe 20%. Maybe. Because remember, you can't really have a run on the banks anymore. Because, yeah, like I have cash and I keep cash on hand, but it's more important to have Like, I could say to you, here's $100 bill. But if you're unsure about the status of the economy, that $100 bill only has buying power of $100. So I also have a bunch of silver coins. Because when the revolution comes, gold, silver, food, and ammo, band-aids, IVs, MREs, stuff of that nature is going to be more valuable than a stack of greenbacks. So the economy sucks, number one, because we're not on a hard currency anymore. We're on a fiat currency, and a fiat currency is monopoly money. And monopoly money means the bank never runs out. People are all concerned about buying power. Yeah, your buying power sucks because when you allow 90% fractional lending, everybody has money, which means the prices of everything goes up. Now, number two, and more importantly, is how stocks work. Now, right now, my company is worth $5,000 in liquid assets, and the company is worth $35,000 in intellectual property. So the company is worth $40,000. I have 10,000 shares of stock in my company. That means every share of stock is worth $4. Okay? If I get you to buy one share of stock in my company, which does exist, for $10, the problem becomes now with 10,000 shares of stock, my company is no longer worth $40,000. My company on paper is worth $100,000 because my stock is trading at $10 a share. But if you go to sell it and you can't find a buyer to give you more than $2, what's it worth? It's worth $2. But you say, but I paid $10 for it. Well, that's because stocks were always designed to be 1x% value of the company, not 1x% of the valuation of the value of the company. Company's worth $1 million, has 1 million shares of stock. Every share of stock is worth $1. But somebody came up with the idea to say, well, that company is going to be worth $2 million next year. So now the stock is $2 million a piece, or $2 a piece. But the company folds. So now the stock's not worth anything. People allowed, and what hurts my soul is that the same trick that happened to shareholders in stock is the same exact thing that happened to gamers with Kickstartered video games. And this is where we get, well, what do you mean by that? You've got risk versus reward. If I take 100% of the risk, does that not mean, does that not equate if 100% of the risk is mine, should not 100% of the reward be mine? And most people, when you start off by saying, yeah, if you have 100% of the risk, then 100% of the reward should be yours. Then why is it that workers with 0% risk feel that they are entitled to anything more than 0% of the reward? And then that's when people will be like, whoa. I didn't mean workers. Well, why not? The worker doesn't have any risk. A lot of workers will try to tie risk so that they can justify their reward. But what people don't like is, I put $5 million into this company. I start the company. I buy the building. I lease the machines. I buy the supplies. I buy the workstations. I find the contracts. I find the customers. I do all the billing. And then I need labor. You come along and you want a job. $5 million. What's your buy-in? When was the last time when you got a job, they asked you for a $100,000 buy-in so that you had a fair share of the risk? So you have 0% of the risk. So this week, I pay you $15 an hour for a 40-hour week, and you make $600. But me, up here, with $5,600,000 in debt now, because I've already paid you, I have zero income this week. Because we haven't made any money yet. So 5 years from now, you hear some shit where the company had $10 million in record-breaking profits. And 5 years from now, you're making $17.50 an hour. And you're pissed. You're pissed off. You're the worker and you're pissed off because you say, I only make $100 more a week. I've been here for 5 years. And you had record-breaking $10 million in revenue. Yeah, but for 5 years, I've had almost no income. Now, we finally wipe this debt. And that $5 million is mine. And you say, but no, it's my labor that did that. You're right. It is your labor that did that. But all those weeks that I paid you, you sold me the labor. You sold me the labor. It's the same argument as when you sell me a house in the year 2000 for $100,000. And in the year 2020, I sell that house for $500,000. And you come back and you say, well, part of that $400,000 is mine. No, it's not. You got your $100,000 20 years ago. Well, I'm entitled to. Wait, what? Entitled? Entitlement? Oh, so this isn't about facts or logic or economic modeling. This is about, appreciate the follow. This is about a sense of entitlement. Well, a company should treat their workers better. Yeah, we need to have unions. Why? If you don't want to work for $15 an hour, don't work for $15 an hour. Hey, Nova. If you don't want to work for $15 an hour, don't work for $15 an hour. I don't drive around in the morning. I don't drive around in the morning with the Scooby-Doo mystery machine and pick up random people, put a gun to their head and make them go to a random job that they don't want. Then I'd understand, right? Yeah, hired for 15, paid 15, contract fulfilled. People say, well, it's easy for you to say. It's not easy for me to say. What's easy for me to say is I was poor and then I became rich and then disaster struck and it wiped out my savings. So I was poor again and now I'm rich again. And I will say, anybody that ever looks at you dead ass in the face and say money doesn't buy happiness, that may be true, but my ass has never been sad when I've been at Disney World. Like, I guarantee you next month, there's a weekend I'm taking my daughter to Disney World for her birthday. I will not be sad that weekend. Chance of sadness that weekend, 0. Well, what if it's a crappy weekend? I'm still at Disney World. Well, what if it's cold? Shorter lines from Chicago. You think Orlando cold is going to bother me? Shit. I used to ride roller coasters when I was young at frickin' 15 degrees in the rain. Disney cold and North Chicago cold aren't the same flavor cold. Well, it's because you're white. Oh, so we're out of logical arguments. We're just going to go to that next level bullshit. Yeah, I'm white. I paid 100% of my college tuition bill. Because you know what, in the late 90s, you know what white kids couldn't get? Help scholarships. We got merit scholarships. We got academic scholarships. There was no You can have the advancement for African American children, and that's cool. You can have the Council for Educating the Hispanic Youth of America, and that's cool. Try to start a scholarship fund for the advancement of the white children of America and see how quickly that shit gets pulled into federal court. I was poor, then I was middle class, and then the IRS said my math was wrong on my taxes 5 years ago, so we're going to make you poor again. Right, but unfortunately, as we've talked about on the show before, that's a you problem. Now, I'm not unsympathetic to how much 5 years of back taxes, penalties, and everything can fuck you over. I don't think the IRS should be able to back audit you 5 years. I think the IRS should only be able to back audit you no more than 2 years. And I think the interest rates and the penalties need to be determined on whether they're good faith penalties, when it was a good faith filing or a bad faith filing. With that said, right, since I don't know the specifics of your case, anybody that's filing taxes should know this doesn't seem like I'm paying enough in taxes. What disaster did I have? My mother contracted cancer, and she had a very painful form of small cell cancer of the lungs, brain, heart, kidneys, and liver. So my mom's chest looked like a bomb had gone off. My mom went in for x-rays. I wish I had them because I would show them. My mom went in for x-rays in December, and there was a spot on her lung. They could see it on the x-ray. And they dismissed it because my mom had been a lifelong smoker. But they said, we're going to schedule you for an MRI in a couple of weeks when the next appointment comes up. The day she had her MRI, they immediately gave her another x-ray, and her left lung alone just filled with tumors in the span of about a month. And back in the 90s, narcotic painkillers were very expensive every day. So you can have $1 million in cash, and when it takes $1,500 a day to make somebody comfortable so they can die in peace, it is what it is. The IRS can, but they won't because of TurboTax. You're right. You are absolutely right. The reason why the tax code stays complicated is for Charles Schwab and H&R Block and TurboTax and Tax Act and all of that. Shouldn't the IRS just do the math for you? They know what you're supposed to pay anyway. Yes. The IRS should tell you at the end of the year what you owe, period. Because the IRS plays this game of, hey, I did my tax return. Did you get it right? I don't know. Can you tell me? Nope. File it. File it and see what happens, you little bitch. That's the game you play with the IRS. Years of IRS back interest can be soul crushing, but there is an offer and compromise if you don't have a lot of assets. Well, right. But here's the thing. I've been audited. Being audited was funny. My first year, when I first retired, the first year after I retired, I had not yet transferred my YouTube channel over to my company. I'm sorry, I hadn't demonetized my YouTube channel because I got medically retired from the Air Force, and then I got disability pay because I'm fucking crazy. I'm crazy, and my shoulder's shot, my neck is shot, and my foot is shot. I can't. I'd love to get a job. A couple of times I've had actual jobs. I've nearly killed somebody because people like to fucking like lizard. Like the person with PTSD, people try to lizard the shit out of the person with PTSD. Then I hit you in the fucking face with a pipe wrench. Don't do that. Don't provoke people with PTSD. It's a bad idea. Anyway, I got a bunch of money from my YouTube channel. Well, it's earned income. It's taxed as earned income. So I took the dollar amount that I had in earned income and I deposited into my Roth IRA, which gives me the saver's credit. But my daughter was in daycare. And so I get to deduct that much. I get to deduct up to the amount of earned income against my daughter's daycare expenses. And then I get to use earned income for the earned income tax savers credit. But when you do that, the government ends up owing you money because your pension isn't taxable income. Keep this in mind. Your pension is taxable, but it's not taxable earned income. So I filed my taxes, and I knew I was going to get audited. So I copied out all of the instructions, put it in a folder. I knew I was going to get audited. My accountant told me, you're going to get audited. I said, I don't give a shit. It's a flaw in the law. Get audited. Guy comes out, meet him at the IRS office. I walk in and we talk, and he's like, yeah, I'm here to do your audit. I said, cool. I said, I'm sure you brought. He's like, yeah, you did this, this, and this. I said, yeah, it's allowed by instruction. He said, no, it's not. I said, here you go. Here's the first thing I did. He read it. He's like, okay. He's like, but once you did that, I said, hold on. I showed him the second instruction about the childcare. I said, where does it say that I can't deduct my childcare from my adjusted gross income? He said, but you can only take it off against your earned income. I said, yeah, I did. He's like, but your earned income is in your Roth IRA. I said, tell me where the two are mutually exclusive. The guy pulled out fucking big ass fucking book, like big ass fucking like 8-inch binder. He's got thousands of pages of tax code in there, and he's scrolling through it. And he's like, you're right. I showed him the third thing I did. He looked at it and he said, you're right. At the end of the conversation, the guy says, yep, your audit's clear. You don't know anything. Don't ever fucking do it again. I'm now telling you that by the letter of the tax code, you're legal, but you know you broke the intention. So then he makes a note of that. He sends it up to the food chain. They change it in the tax code the next year. The problem is, why the fuck do we make taxes in America so fucking complicated? Why do we make taxes so complicated? Flat tax rate. Flat tax rate, period. Done. You want to make it even better? Flat tax rate on everything at the same rate. That sounds great. It'll fuck the rich. It'll fuck the poor even more, but whatever. 20% flat tax rate. You render unto Caesar 20% of your paycheck. That means 20% of your house profits. That means 20% of your stock profits. That means 20% of everything. You don't want that. The rich need to pay their fair share. You're right, they do. We need to close tax loopholes. But we need to stop looking at the rich people as if the rich people have some moral burden to pay other people's bills. I've always claimed nothing and paid way too much into taxes, so I get a bunch back when I filed my taxes. Do you think that's a bad idea? Yes, I think that's an absolutely terrible idea, and here's why. Okay. Let's say you get $4,800 back at the end of the year. Okay. So let's say you get $4,800 back every April. So in January, you paid $400 in taxes that you didn't need to. And you won't get that money back until March or April of the following year. So that's 12, 13, 14, 15. That's a 15-month interest loan. Now, this is where it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but if you didn't give them an interest-free loan, you would have that money and you would make $16 this year on that. Minimum, you'd make $16. Now the next month, right? Again, and I'm only doing the year. I'm not including those extra 3 months. So the next month, it's $1,466. And then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller because you have less time of the interest. Now, At the end of the day, to give you the max number, you're only talking about $192 in interest. For some people, it makes more sense that they just pay their taxes because they don't know the tax code well enough to make sure that they don't pay enough. And remember, I don't like the government having my money tax-free for a year. But I also don't like getting to the filing point and realizing I owe penalties because I didn't pay enough. Because if you owe penalties, your $192 in interest is going to be wiped away. As long as you have the discipline to know that, and I absolutely, like, my wife did this, and my wife and I got married, and we got married, and that was my first mistake. Don't get married. When my wife and I got married, we got married 3 days before the end of the year. So our taxes were married taxes. I filed our taxes, and then my wife came to me and she's like, hey, when's our tax return coming? I was like, tax return? Like, it's not going to be that much. Why? And she's like, well, I always have plans for the money, but I'm going to get it in April. And I said, oh, not anymore, you don't. I said, because I don't have that big check come in April, because I leverage my money throughout the year. And she was like, no, it's money from the government. I'm like, no, it's not. It's your money. It's your money. You're just getting it back from the government. Now, getting married absolutely helped. It helped in ways I couldn't even possibly fucking fathom, because when I filed my taxes, my wife's income plus my income, you know, my wife's income was barely above the differential between single and married. So we got a huge chunk back, and then the kiddo was in daycare, and my wife had moved and I had moved. So it was like literally like, holy shit, we owe nothing this year. Tax returns are the saving plan of the financially irresponsible. Yes. Yes, they are. Absolutely. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Let's see. I've got a couple of bits and bobs that I pulled down for today's show. Let's start with Asmongold. Asmongold's always a good person to start with.
See, if it was up to me, I'd just put all these people in a mental institution and then all the problems would go away. And why do we have to deal with a Karen? I don't think that we do. Just put them in a mental institution, problem solved. See, if it was up to me.
Okay, so I'm not a big fan of the idea of let's just put all the Karens into mental institutions. But I am a big fan of we need mental institutions again. We really do. We need mental institutions again. There are an awful lot of people that are out there in the world that are breeding and having children. Like, I have a friend, I'm still her friend for my part. She said to me she had absolutely zero intention of having children because schizophrenia ran in both sides of her family, and she has schizophrenia. Now, I want everyone to pay real close attention, because I'm not advocating for the forced sterilization of anybody. But if you're not aware of this, in America, a woman goes in at age 18. She knows at 18 she doesn't want to have kids, so she wants to have her tubes tied. She does not want to be able to conceive. She can't. It is very rare to find a doctor that will surgically sterilize a young woman. And all too often, they still hear, but your future husband might want kids. So you're telling me that an 18-year-old girl's body doesn't belong to her. It belongs to a person she hasn't even met yet. Young man goes in, knows he doesn't want kids. Says, I want to have a vasectomy. 18-year-old, it's not going to be able to do it. 22-year-old young man goes in and has asks for a vasectomy. All they ask is, do you have kids? And if he says yes, they never ask him to prove it. Yeah, I have a boy and a girl. That's it. He gets his vasectomy. What if he knows that he's got Alzheimer's or schizophrenia? You know. Well, the doctor knows for some reason they will sue him in 15 years. Right, and the problem is, the problem is, you should not be able to sue a doctor for for a elective procedure that you elected. A procedure you elected. There was a person, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hello there, Idol. I'm gonna pull this video down because here's the. I wasn't gonna go that route. I was gonna do this segment today, but I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna show this clip because we're talking about. We've relevantly talked about the legality. I'm gonna play this clip. This is from a transgender individual. Transgender individual who has complaints about the way their transition has started and going on.
They told you what was going to happen before you started testosterone, so really it's your fault. You should have been paying more attention. See, but they didn't though. They told me the outwardly observable effect that I would immediately notice, like that my voice was going to drop, not that my vocal cords were going to dramatically thicken, and that a lot of women's larynxes aren't big enough to accommodate that thickness, meaning that my voice just always hurts. I snored last night apparently, because my throat has hurt all day. It also means that I can't scream or raise my voice above a certain volume. I used to do theater. They knew that. That was something very important to me, and I've lost that ability because I can't project my voice anymore. They told me that I might experience vaginal dryness, not that the cells in my gynecological and urological anatomy are highly estrogen dependent.
Hold on a second. You didn't know as a female that the female part of your reproduction system is estrogen dependent? And somehow this is the they fault. Even though a long time ago, in a land far away, it used to take 2 years to be approved for transitioning. A long time ago, in a land far away, in America, it took a minimum of 2 years to be approved to start your gender reassignment surgery. Because you had to go through a psychological evaluation that lasted a year with one mental health provider, and then a psychological evaluation that after the first doctor signed off that you were mentally healthy, you had to have a second opinion. And people were mad because after the first doctor said, you're good, you could start some of the basic stuff. But you needed both doctors to sign off on it before you could have your surgery. Yes, because informed consent has been reduced to TikTok informed consent.
And that depleting them of that estrogen by going on testosterone is almost certainly going to cause them to irreversibly atrophy, which causes a slew of issues ranging from, yes, vaginal dryness and pain and bleeding upon penetration, to losing the ability to give vaginal birth, to urinary incontinence and pelvic floor dysfunction. I've seen a lot of informed consent packets from these gender clinics, and I have never seen one actually go into detail about what vaginal dryness entails. It's also crazy to me to imply that I, as a 14-year-old 8th grader, or the kids that they do this to are as young as 11, could comprehend the lifelong implications of being incontinent and not being able to have penetrative sex or give birth vaginally. That's not something that a child can consent to.
Okay, I'm gonna be an asshole here for a second. What the fuck is this even argument framed? If you believe that you are a man and you don't want a woman's body, you want a man's body, then why is vaginal penetration and vaginal childbirth a concern? Because men don't have vaginas. But I love the fact that somebody said, I've seen a lot of these packets and they don't talk about it. Okay, you're right. They don't. Because Grumpy Old Man said we have to sign 10 pages I'm sure it says, and other complications. You remember back in the day, like 30 years ago, when we had gender reassignment surgery, because gender reassignment surgery has been around for a long time. You had to see all the different specialists, and you had to get education and training from each of the specialists before they started, like, hey, you need to go see these 3 doctors, and they're going to explain what stabbing you in the arm is going to do. Well, I don't want to see 3 doctors. Well, we want to make sure that you're getting all the information you need to make an informed consent. Well, I don't want to see 3 doctors. So you don't see 3 doctors. And then what happens? Now you say, I'm not getting all the information. Right? I love the fact they say children as young as 14, children as young as 11. I'm going to say this, and I don't care if the transgender community doesn't like me. You cannot tell me at 3 years old you knew that you were a boy in a girl's body or a girl in a boy's body with any fucking certainty, because at age 3 I thought I was a fucking dinosaur. At 3, my daughter thought she was a donkey because she liked Shrek and she liked donkey and she identified as a donkey. I didn't get her hooves. What does feeling like a gender even mean? It's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, it's like signing off at the go-kart track, but then hearing about the dude who sued them successfully for negligence. Because unfortunately, as I've tried to tell people, you can't have a sign that says, we are not responsible for anything, because the law says you are responsible for a whole bunch of things. And by saying we're not responsible for anything, you have already proven that you're negligent because you don't know the things you're responsible for. For example, some people have a sign on their gate that says, beware of dog. If you have that sign, go tear it down and replace it with a sign that says dog on premises. Why? Because the sign beware of dog is me consciously telling you my dog is dangerous. 30 years ago, me saying beware of dog was, hey, heads up, motherfucker, there's a dog in the yard, don't be a dumbass and walk in it. Now, because I said beware of dog, I know my dog is a threat and my dog shouldn't be outside, even though it's my own yard, shouldn't be unattended because there are easements that run through your backyard and the utility company can access them. So instead you put a sign up that says dog on premises. Why? Because I don't know if my dog is dangerous. I just know I have a dog, and therefore I am not negligent in caring about a dangerous dog. You were negligent because the sign told you not to walk in there was a dog there. Because then and the other person from earlier would be like, well, you're arguing semantics. Yeah, I would rather my lawyer be able to argue the semantics about the person who has to take the stand instead of me having to take the stand and hoping people believe me. Excuse me, sir, did you know that your 140 and your 180 pound Rottweilers were dangerous? Shit. Yes, I did, because I can't lie. Or, excuse me, Mr. Utility Guy, did you see the sign that said dog on premises? Well, yes, I did. Did you walk into the backyard anyway? Well, yeah, my job required. Did you go to the front door to ring the doorbell? I don't have time to. Oh, so all the things that you did wrong are all the things you did wrong. You saw the sign, you chose to go in the yard. You saw the sign, you chose not to go talk to the homeowner. You chose. That lesson sounds like it was learned through a court case. It was learned through a court case, not my own. It was learned through reading through pre-law cases about declaration of liability. You go to Walmart. Walmart has a sign. We are not responsible for damage done by our carts. 80% of people won't go into Walmart because they see the sign and the sign defeats them. So you walk into you walk into the customer service area and you say, hey, my car was damaged by one of your carts. I need a claim form. And the girl tells you, I'm sorry, the sign in the parking lot says, and because somebody has told you no, now 5 to 8% more people walk away. Then they ask for a manager, and the manager comes out and says, yeah, I'm sorry, as the girl told you or the boy told you, we're not responsible. Cool. That's awesome. I still need your insurance information because there was an accident on your property and it involved your property and my property. The manager's like, well, I'm not going to give it to you. So you're refusing to give me the insurance information for an accident that happened between your property and my property. That's what you're saying. It's a lawful request. I've been involved in an accident on your property and you are refusing to give me your insurance. Yes, I'm not going to give it to you. Okay. Thank you. Go get a lawyer. Go get a lawyer. Hey, my brand new $60,000 car was slammed into by a cart. Try to find a lawyer to take that case. Yeah. Police, I need someone to come out for an accident report. Then the manager finds out the police are in the parking lot filling out the accident report. And the manager's like, well, we can't be held liable. The cop turns around and says, well, you can be. My job isn't to determine liability. My job is to establish the facts of the case. And the facts of the case is your cart has slammed into the side of their brand new $60,000 car. And I can see all the blue paint on their car from your cart. So yeah, but now that you came out here to confront me, can I get your name and information, please? Well, now you done fucked and walked into it. No, I'm not gonna give you that information. Well, you have to. Because you initiated contact with a police officer while a police officer investigating a crime. Well, I'm not going to ID. Okay, put your hands behind your back. We'll figure out who you are. That's why the store managers don't walk out into the parking lot. That's why when the police are in the parking lot filling out an accident report, you get on a little radio and you hear on the radio, all cart runners come inside, please. Because they don't want the cop to have anybody they can talk to in the parking lot. Make the cop walk in the building. I need to speak to a manager. I'm the manager. There was an accident in your parking lot. I don't know anything about it. Didn't go out there, didn't investigate, not required to. Why the fuck do you think Walmart has changed their leases? Well, Walmart doesn't actually control their own parking lots. And it's not their accident. It's the property manager's accident. Now the property manager who has nothing to do with it says, those aren't my carts. It's Walmart's problem. Walmart says it's not our parking lot. It's the property manager's problem. It's not that they're not liable. It's that we've allowed the law to get so fucking distorted that you need to have $200,000 in order to sue for damage to a $60,000 vehicle. So what do most people do? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. People should learn tort law as well as they learn criminal law. Yeah, people need to learn a lot of law. People need to learn a lot of things. But people don't want to be told they're wrong. People want to be told they're justified. People want to be told that they're righteous. People don't want to be told that my TikTok understanding of the way things work isn't reality.
They told you what was gonna...
Let's see. It's gonna burn through some of these.
So the U.S. Department of Energy posted that...
Oh, this is so fucking great, guys. You gotta hear this one, because everybody keeps talking about we wanted Trump to drill. We wanted electric vehicles. We wanted all that shit. I hate electric vehicles. I hate electric vehicles being connected to the grid. We don't have the power infrastructure. We don't have the overhead. Between electric vehicles and AI server data farms, we are so far into fucked when it comes to energy and savings. This video is amazing.
The U.S. Department of Energy posted that drivers are already predicted to spend $11 billion less in gas money this year than last year. And we are just getting started. Now, you may remember not that long ago, I told you, or I advised you, I said, hey, whatever money you save on gas prices, save it for your utility bills, like electricity and natural gas. You remember that? Sure you do. So I responded with this. And $54 billion more on utility bills.
Yeah, so you're going to save $11 billion on gasoline, but you're going to spend 5 times that amount on just electricity.
Oh, wait, That's just electricity. Add another 14 billion for natural gas, 68 billion more for utilities. And how did I come up with that number? With the very data provided to me by the U.S. Department of Energy. Yes, they tell you how much we spent last year and how much it's projected to rise this year. And that is $68 billion. Yeah. Thanks.
It's a classic example of people don't know enough to be invited to the conversation. Remember I say everybody can identify problems. Thanks for identifying the problem. We're not inviting you to the solutions menu. Thanks for identifying the problem. Disney World shouldn't charge $6 for a drink. Disney World should charge $2 for a drink. Cool. So, the price of a ticket is $120, and on our assumption, we assume you're going to drink 4 sodas during the day. 4 sodas is $24. So, instead of charging you $24, we're going to charge you $8. So now the ticket isn't $120, the ticket is $136. But since $136 isn't a good roundable number, we're going to round that number up to $139 because $139 looks better than $136. Thank you for helping us make an additional $3 a day. I agree, a soda shouldn't be $6. Solution, don't go to Disney World. Boom, solved it. Yeah, but I like Disney World. I'm going 5 times this year. I'm going to spend 30 days at Disney World in 2026. If I'm still at risk of losing my feet, man, I'm going to walk around my favorite place on earth, and that in Universal Studios. If I'm still at risk of losing my feet, I'm going to go enjoy what I want to enjoy. Fuck it. Guarantee you I'm not going to be the guy in a wheelchair at Disney World until I get me some metal legs, until I get me some Lieutenant Dan legs, going to Disney World in a wheelchair. I like Six Flags. I love Six Flags. When I was 16, 17, 18, and 19, 20, I was at Six Flags Great America in Gurnee, Illinois all the time. Used to get there in the morning, used to stay there all day. After we got stuck on the Iron Wolf, they gave us a whole shit ton of, people were mad that they'd gotten stuck and we had to be taken off one person at a time. We had to be in the harnesses and we had to belay down the stairs. And that was a fucking nightmare. That was like 2 hours of my day. But at the bottom, they were giving out a bunch of stuff. Well, I just talking to the guy. My friend was hysterical and my finger was broken. I was waiting for the paramedics to set my finger. That sucked ass. She broke my finger because she's scared of heights. And they just put a splint on it. And they're like, well, we should transport you to the hospital. I said, only if you're paying for all of it. I ain't paying shit if you transport me. I said, otherwise just give me a splint. And when I get home, I'll see my own doctor. They were cool about it. They gave me the form, the number and everything. I broke my finger. It's a finger. It goes into a fucking splint. It heals. But no, they gave us a fucking stack of meal vouchers. We had probably 100 meal vouchers. Shit, man. We were up at Six Flags all the time for the rest of that summer. Parking was free. We had season passes and Aunt Martha's chicken dinner. At the back side of the park by the Iron Wolf. Boom. Yeah, now, I like Six Flags. Six Flags is closing a great number of parks. I don't know which parks are going to survive. But, the problem with Six Flags is the problem with society. Six Flags, when I was a 16-year-old, we were allowed to go to Six Flags all the time. We were allowed to go in with no parent. 16 years old, had my driver's license, had my season pass, went in, were there all day. Called and checked in with the parents at about noon. Sometimes 2, depending on whatever they asked me for. Yeah, we're still up here. We're going to stay up till just about close and then come home. We'll probably stop at the McDonald's on the overpass and get dinner and get a snack, and then I'll drop everybody off. I'll be home by like 10:50. Now you drop kids off at Six Flags and they start fights. There's no solution to that. You can't use authoritarian powers to get the asshole out of people. Authoritarian power only makes more assholes. People need to find out. You act like an asshole at the amusement park, they arrest you. All we have to do is make it so that if you get charged with a crime, you can't be cited and let go. A parent has to come get you. But why is it we allow police departments to cite teenagers and then let them go? They didn't in the past. Because then you had to be able to get in touch with your parents, and your parents had to come get you. Because if your parents couldn't come get you, the police can't legally detain you. Then they have to turn you over to DCFS or CPS. Well, then parents are losing their kids, which maybe isn't a bad thing. Maybe there's an awful lot of parents that need to be told you suck as a parent. But unfortunately, you catch the good parents, the good hardworking parents in with the shitbag parents. That's why a one-size-fits-all solution can never fit. Hey, good afternoon. Report sparks backlash over Disney guests hiring disabled people for line access. Yeah, the hire a DAS person. My daughters both get the DAS. My daughters are both lower functioning neurodivergent. One of my children can't really be touched by strangers, or it causes a big freak out. Well, in a line, people are bumping you, so we put the kid in the middle, but we need to do our waiting outside of the line. It's fine. I would never think of cheating my DAS. I would never in a million years think about cheating my DAS. Now, in 2018, I took my whole family to Disney. So, not my whole family. I took 2 fosters, me and my wife, and my 2 children. So I took 6 people. In 2018, all of the family members could be on the DAS. Well, now only 4 people can be on your DAS. Well, some people then are doing this bullshit. So there's me, the wife, Smelly Umpkin, Gizmo, Foster 1, Foster 2. Well, both of these kids qualify for the DAS. So what some shitbird families are doing is they're doing this. They're applying for the DAS and they're putting their family into 2 groups of 3. Well, this person doesn't need it, this person doesn't need it, this person doesn't need it. In this example, I do need it, but I'm gonna say I don't. Just in case Disney ever fucking finds this. You said you didn't need it. I do need it, but for this example, I do not. Then that means 1, 2, 3, 4 go with the DAS kids. And guess what? 5 and 6, you use the regular line. Use the regular fucking line. And I know it sucks, right? But it's not for that. I haven't talked about the Board of Peace. The show kind of got away from me today, and the Board of Peace is such an important thing. I'll talk about it more on Wednesday. We just had a really good conversation. We don't always get to everything.
So the U.S. Department of Energy.
Plus, I hope that by Tuesday we have some more stuff for the Board of Peace.
We will take every opportunity to remind New Yorkers across the city of the sanctuary city policies that we have in place here in New York City.
Here we go again, the showdown over sanctuary city funding. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani not only defended the city's sanctuary city status, but he also vowed to fight President Trump, who he texts with twice a week, February 1st deadline to halt the federal funds to sanctuary cities and states, which he pledged to do.
Okay, why are people mad that the President of the United States is going to halt money to sanctuary cities, and those sanctuary cities are violating federal law? Like, why are we upset that the federal government is penalizing states that are violating federal law? I've never heard anybody properly articulate why we're protesting a about this. Thoughts about James Fishback? James Fishback is a fourth-generation Floridian running to be the Republican nominee to replace Ron DeSantis in Florida. Okay, I'm gonna say this. It's gonna annoy people because you're gonna think I'm saying that I like taxes. I don't like taxes. Okay. When you pay property taxes, you have line items. This is for this. This is for that. This is for the schools. This is for whatever else. This is for the county. Now, I don't like property taxes. I don't like property taxes. But I understand that either one, we have property taxes and that pays for schools, or number two, we don't have property taxes, so we do sales taxes and that'll go to schools and that will cost you way more money than property taxes. At the end of the day, people are mad that they have to pay so much money in taxes because the results of what they're getting are really, 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 really poor and shitty. Like, I'm going to say this, and I'm not joking. I'm not being funny. Carlos Mencia told this joke, but he was telling the truth about Catholic education. Carlos Mencia talks about how we keep in America lowering the standard and lowering the standard and lowering the standard and lowering the standard until finally a special needs kid looks at you and says, this class is fucking easy. When I was in school, Sister Mary Frances didn't have fucking time for my bullshit, and neither did God. And when Carlos Mencia told that fucking joke, Mary Frances is a very, 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 very common nun name. Mary Frances, you're all going to run into a Mary Frances. If you're in the Catholic system not even long enough. If you're in the Catholic school system long enough and they still have nuns, you're going to run into a Mary Frances. And I swear, Sister Mary fucking hit me with that damn pointer, and I realized that, I realized she was gonna beat my ass. No, you wouldn't. You say, I'd rather they increase sales tax and get rid of property tax. No, you wouldn't. Why? Why do people think that getting rid, Florida has no income tax. Florida has property tax. You said the tourists like to come down here and spend money. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen to tourism in Florida when you raise, no, fuck a 50% sin tax for OnlyFans. Why do you want to? Why? It makes no fucking sense. Why do you suddenly want to put millions of people? Yeah, you choose what you buy, but come on, bunny. You never even thought about it. You just think it sounds good. Watch this. Right? You have $100,000 in income. And you have $100,000 after taxes and income. You owe $5,000 in property taxes. Now you have $95,000 to do with whatever you want. You can spend, you can save. And let's say living costs you $3,000 a month, right? Living costs you $3,000 a month times 12 months, 36, times, 20% sales tax. Your $36,000 to live just got a $7,200 premium tacked on top of it. Right? You have $100,000, right? You have zero property tax. You have $100,000. 30 to 40% sales tax? You're going to pay more in taxes. At least this way, you pay your property tax. You know, after your property tax, you know what to spend. You're like, I can choose what I buy. Yeah? But when they triple or quadruple the sales tax, every fucking thing you buy gets taxed. Gas, groceries, cigarettes, booze, a steak, your McDonald's. It doesn't matter what you buy. You're like, I can control what to buy. No, you can't. Because guess what happens if they get rid of property tax and they increase your sales tax? Within 3 years, you will see that sales tax reflected on your utility bills. Because they will realize, holy shit, this isn't working. We need more money. Yeah, sales tax at 10% is brutal. What are you gonna do when your sales tax is 40%? Ask the Europeans, just ask them. Ask Europeans how much VAT sucks. And they already pay. Europeans pay close to 80% in taxes. By the time they pay for their income tax, their window tax, their property tax, and then they pay 20% value added on most things other than groceries. The Europeans are like, I'm fucking poor. I have all my life needs met, but I'm fucking poor. That's great. They practice way more socialism. I want property tax. I just want to spend the property tax money better. I want, instead of saying we should get rid of property tax so we can better fund schools, why the fuck do you have 19 administrators in a building with 25 teachers? Why do you need a principal, an assistant second principal, an alternative education and special needs administrator, a athletic director, a dean of discipline for each grade, a dean of academics for each grade? Why the fuck do you have a whole team of administrators? We hired a person in the school district to run the gifted program. The administrator's primary job title was the federal liaison for the gifted program. They closed the gifted program because the paperwork was too much and she had other duties. I nearly got arrested at the school board meeting because I said, hold on a second, your job title is federal liaison for the gifted program. Why are you doing any duties other than the gifted program data gathering before you do your job? What they did is they hired an administrator, got the administrator's job on contract, and then the administrator's job went from being 90% for the gifted program, 10% other duties as assigned, to all the other duties as assigned were being done. And then the administrator said, I don't have time to do the data parsing for all the federal programs. So then they were amazed when I walked in. As soon as they canceled the gifted program, the very next school board meeting, I walked in and I tabled a motion to get rid of that position because we no longer had the position. Because I knew they had put on the agenda for that evening renaming that job. So I trumped them and I said, I have a petition signed by all the requisite signatures. I want to eliminate that administrative position. Bitch went bye-bye. Not gonna fucking do this fucking shell game bullshit. I go to the shop and I borrow chocolate. Costs me half an hour to an hour of work. Sugar tax, VAT on top of all the shop's expenses that get rolled into the final price. Things get pricey very fast. Right. So people talk like Florida could probably get away with a little bit of a tweak to their tourism tax. But as it is right now, a lot of these hotels down in Orlando, Save is there, Save Okaloosa, a lot of these hotels down in Orlando are fucking dumps. They're shitty. Because everybody and their brother opened a fucking hotel. Yeah, fucking resort taxes for dumps. There was a hotel I stayed at. And as you know, last year I was still recovering from that foot injury. My wife bought the preferred parking because we had lost our handicap placard. We don't know what the fuck happened to it. My wife bought the preferred parking at SeaWorld so that we were like literally the fourth car out. When we got back to the resort, the resort people were like, oh, just so you know, or the hotel people, not the resort people, we weren't at a resort. They were like, we have a shuttle that goes to SeaWorld for the future. I said, your shuttle runs hourly and costs $20 a person. Preferred parking costs $65. For $5 fucking more. For $5 more, I control when I get there, I control when I come back. And if I need to run something out to the car, because my daughter wins a fucking giant 18-foot dolphin, I can throw that in the car. Going to Walt Disney World, Universal, staying off site is small brain, never worth it. Yeah, but you know what the problem is, Save Okaloosa? Did you see the greed that Universal Studios has with their Lowe's hotels, the Portofino, the Hard Rock, and the Royal Pacific at the two original parks? They were told that at the Helios, they weren't, the Lowe's brand was told at the Helios they would not be given the incentive to have free express passes like the three top hotels do. So what did the Lowe's brand do? They doubled the rate. I used to love going down to Universal Studios because I get the military ticket. I went to Universal by myself, not last year, the year before. It was $468 a night at the Portofino, which is expensive by myself, but I needed a vacation. When I got back, I booked my next vacation, $950 to $1,000 to $1,200 a night for the same room. For the same room. Tripled the price. Why? Because they can. Oh, dude, go to Disney World. Disney World is fucking amazing. Why did they drop the Express Pass being included at the Helios? Because Universal loses money because when the hotel has it incorporated, people don't buy them. They can only sell X number of Express Passes a day. Otherwise, the Express Pass doesn't work. And then if let's say they have 15,000 Express Passes for the day, but there's 9,000 resort guests between the three hotels, that means they can only sell 6,000 Express Passes that day. Universal, they're in the same boat. I don't know if you go to Halloween Horror Nights. I go to Halloween Horror Nights and I go on the RIP tours now. Is it expensive? Yeah. Is it gonna cost me close to $2,000 for one night with me and my two girls? Yeah. But there are so many people at Halloween Horror Nights now, you struggle to get through all the houses with an Express Pass. But as long as people keep showing up, they'll keep doing it. The final point, because I gotta get a pork roast. Disney, back around 2014, 2015, Disney had a plan. In 10 years, we're gonna double our price. We're gonna have our guests. We're gonna make the same amount of profit. Over 10 years, they've just about doubled the price ticket, and they've only lost about 18% of their guests. Oh, yesterday I had a giant fucking roast sirloin of beef. It was yesterday we got some stuff done yesterday. We did the business yesterday when it came to the meat. Grumpy old man, we trust me. Where is it? We knocked it out yesterday. That was yesterday. Today's pork. Yeah. By the way, folks, if you don't know how to take a sirloin, a piece of sirloin, and turn it into that, it looks more done than it really was. It's just kind of a darkish picture. It has a nice crust on it, but it was still pretty medium. It just doesn't look. Yeah, it's juicy. It was a 2.5 hour slow cook at 250 after searing. I'm still trying to get used to this new oven. Also, I don't know what it is about my fucking kitchen, man. But no, I would have gone like 20 minutes less, but my wife is still recovering post-surgery, so we got to make sure that she's comfortable, and my kid doesn't like blood red meat, even though it's cooked. It's like, dude, it's the same thing as a piece of roast beef, and she's like, I don't like it. But this sounds like a plan to weed out the have-nots. Do they just keep raising their rates till they get half park attendance numbers? Yeah, because you get half park attendance numbers, and then where do you think Disney World makes its real money? Do you think Disney World makes its real money on the park, the hotel, merchandise, food, drinks, all the shit that you forget and you have to buy? It's all the shit you forget and you have to buy. Same as movie theaters. Honestly, you want lower quantity as a guest, it's a win-win. Yeah. Yeah, the movie is not the draw. Like, with people being rude as like, do you remember in the past, grumpy old man, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. In the past, as long as you weren't disturbing the movie theater, people really didn't give a shit. But if you were disturbing the movie theater, you'd get thrown out. Now, they used to pause the movie to throw people out so it didn't disrupt everybody else. Now movies, because they've pre-sold tickets to the next show and the next show and the next show, you got a 10-minute argument between the fucking theater staff and the shitty guest. And they don't stop the movie, they don't rewind the movie, they don't refund the movie. It's all fucking bullshit because people are assholes. And as I close up the show, the reason why people are assholes is because they've never found out. It's like, earlier in the show, I had the people that come in and they want to act like a douchebag. You ask someone at a hotel shop how much a pack of cigarettes was 10 years ago, it was $25. Yeah, $25 for a pack of cigarettes. Because when you don't have a car and you don't have transportation, that's it. You're a captive audience. Now I go in and there are 4 groups of people and one is a loud kid group on their phones screaming until they get bored and walk out. Yeah. Ruined Tron and Now You See Me 3, which was actually just a bad movie. Well, right. At the end of the day, right? Society when I was a kid and you fucked around, your parents always found out. Because everybody knew everybody who knew everybody who knew everybody. But now, you can't call out other people's bad parenting because they scream at you, not the kid. Then they get mad because, hey, look, man, try to be a nice post on the Facebook group. Hey, man, trying to be a good neighbor. Some of y'all need to get control of your kids because I'm not going to correct your kid and I'm not going to come to your house and correct you. I'm posting it. Here's what's going on. Here's the thing. The next time this shit happens, I'm just calling the cops. The neighbor kid, he came home from college the other day. He saw me and he kind of glared at me and I don't give a shit. Years ago, about 5 years ago now, it's 5 years ago because I've been up here for 5 years. I'm sitting here working and my fucking wall is rattling. Now my office was flipped around the other way, but my wall was rattling. This little fucking douchebag kid is on the street and he's jamming his bass. So I went out there and I walked up to his car and said, hey man, I'm inside, I'm doing audio production work. Can you kill the bass? And he says, fuck you. And I said, oh, that's amazing. Have a good day. So I called the police. I just told him, I said, hey, I'm on the backside of my subdivision. If you could just have the cop roll down his windows. When he pulls into the subdivision, he's gonna hear the bass. Cop came around the corner, heard the bass. And then I have my window open. I can hear because it's literally right across my house. It's 70 feet away. The kid gets a ticket for disturbing the peace. He didn't just get a sound ordinance violation. He got a misdemeanor charge of disturbing the peace. 2 weeks, that night, his dad came over to my house, rang my doorbell, and it's like, are you the one that called the cops on my kid? I said, yes, because your kid told me I could go fuck myself. The dad literally looks at me and he says, well, that's not a reason to call the cops. I said, I think it's best if you get off my doorstep now. And just so you know, I will call the cops every time your douchebag kid does this. Because now now he has to learn the lesson from the village, not from the parents. So like 2 weeks later, he's out there, he's bumping his bass, called the cops. The cops were already on the way. Get out of the car. A few minutes later, the tow truck shows up. They impounded that shit. Because in my state, your second noise ordinance violation is impoundment of your car. The dad was over here mad as fuck, and I said, hey man, get the fuck off my property, because you're the shitbird who can't raise their kid. You're not gonna come over here and you're not gonna yell at me. You're not gonna threaten me. Not gonna happen. And I was like, by the way, if you look up to your right, you've been audio and video recorded threatening me. So if I wanted to be a true douchebag to you, I could call the cops, show them this video. And now it's not just coming over here threatening me, which is assault. Remember, threatening someone is assault. Hitting them is battery. But because I'm a complaining witness, this is witness intimidation. So he fucked off. The kid got a different car. But what we don't have is people with babies, because we've got a bunch of babies on this backside. We don't have you bumping your fucking bass. I'm talking to my neighbors and they're like, yeah, good thing that kid finally got his car impounded. His bass was waking my kid up all the time. And why didn't you call the police? Because I didn't want to be confrontational. You don't want to be confrontational? Then confrontation is the guardrails of a society. Confrontation is what pushes this way when douchebags don't want to keep themselves on the straight and narrow. Look, man, you got a lot of leeway to go left and right with how you want to live your life. But when your bullshit antics get right there, then you've hit my life. And I sure as fuck aren't gonna have you impact my life. So try to be nice. Try to walk out and say, hey, could you not do that? When you've raised your kid, and your kid's first response is to respond with fuck you. My daughter is 24. The married one with the grandkids. She's 24. She's got a mouth on her. But her mouth doesn't engage until you've crossed the line of being disrespectful. My daughter doesn't turn the other cheek. She doesn't turn a blind eye or a deaf ear. She just doesn't acknowledge you until you cross a certain line. And then she's still respectful about it until you're not worthy of that respect. And I think that's where we have failed society. It's not that they're Trump MAGA, and we need to stop calling them this, because the Biden liberals, the Feel the Burns, the Yang Gang, they're just equally fucking bad. The problem is everybody says it's not my beliefs. Look, I don't trust police would have just dropped some nails where the kid likes to park. See, I wouldn't do that because then I'm liable for the damage. See, I could just have easily, when the kid told me to fuck myself, I could have just as easily kicked his window in, pulled him out, and beat the fuck out of him. But then I'd be the one going to jail. I don't have any problem calling the police and let the police do my fucking job, do the job of violence for me. I mean, I'm really good at violence. I just have a really big aversion to a cell. Like, if we had the purge, shit, you would see my name appear at the top of the ranking boards every year. And in the category of which purger got rid of the most dumb fuck idiots, holy shit, for the 17th year in a row, there is Jalan with approximately 197,299, an all-time record for his extermination in one night of dumb motherfuckers. We just have a society of dumb motherfuckers, and you can't tell them they're dumb motherfuckers because they don't get it. They don't get it. They've never been told they're dumb motherfuckers. Some of the MAGA people are good people. They bought into the idea of make America great again. Some of the people that supported Biden support Biden because they're lifelong Democrats and they don't know why. I was a Democrat when I was growing up. I watched my family. There's a reason why they say they have money, they don't care. Again, please get rid of the idea that the Republicans have the money and the Democrats don't. We've got to get this idea right out of our head. J.B. Pritzker, billionaire, Democrat. Donald Trump, until he flipped parties, billionaire. Both sides have people with money. We've got to stop painting the other side with these bullshit brushes. There's rich people in both political parties. There's poor people in both political parties. I was a Democrat growing up, and then I realized that Democrats want to take rich people's money and give it to everybody else, and Republicans want to keep their money and give it to nobody. Well, when you're a white Democrat growing up in Chicago and you never get anything out of it for being a Democrat, it's real fucking easy to understand why white people become Republicans after they get out of the squalor. Because being a Democrat wasn't doing anything for me. I didn't have any money. You were taking everybody's money and not giving any to me. So now I want the party in charge that doesn't want to take my money. Look at the campaign donors and who pretty much owns the media. Yeah. You can't change this country because you would need billions of dollars to run a presidential campaign. It's bullshit. Donald Trump can't find a coherent sentence with two hands and a flashlight. JD Vance can't find fucking morals with two hands and a flashlight. Pete Hegseth fucking installed a unclassified line into his office without air gapping from his classified system. He should be in jail. If a military member did that, they'd be in Leavenworth for the rest of their fucking life. But we don't hold anybody accountable. Anyway, I ran over. That's okay, but I want to go cook my pork roast. I'll see you guys Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.